Hey Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we begin our most fabulous book study. Welcome, class. Welcome, welcome. The teacher is in, the subject is prepared, and as advanced student of the book study, it's time that we get down to serious business. The Cosmic Doctrine is one of the most advanced books, if not the most advanced book that I have publicly done a study on this here internet. So you're in for a treat if you can understand the content. If not, prepare to be fast forwarded to the next pay grade, to the next spiritual tax bracket. Let's get with it. So peace and reading. Peace and reading. Somebody said audio is weird. Let me check it out.
Audio is weird. How about now? How about now? Audio should be great at this point. Okay, perfect now. Awesome. So yeah, as I was saying, this is advanced material. Welcome class. Welcome, welcome. Get your coffee ready. Get your Fruity Pebbles unicorn coffee ready. We're going to get started with The Cosmic Doctrine by Dion Fortune. This book was channeled by her from some very mysterious, advanced inner light beings. So let's see what she has to say. And keep in mind, this was all channeled and downloaded in the 1930s. I swear, her work is timeless because it sounds like it was just written maybe a couple years ago, but 1930s, bro. Our grandparents weren't even born. Some of us. All right, all right. The children are fed and washed. The dog has been taken out to piss. There should be no interruptions. So peace and greetings to all my fantastic occult students. Peace, peace to the Magus Society. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have y'all here. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Anna Molly, peace, peace, my favorite fairy. Patchwork, peace, peace. Elijah Eternal, peace. J Bald Hail, peace. WT, peace, brother, peace. Richard Tracy, my man. With the plan, making big moves. I see you, bro. Framestar Films, peace, brother. In the Middle East, literally. Visiting the Holy Land. I see you out there, man. Doing great things in this year. Malkuth. Lance Benefield, peace, peace, peace. This man taps into the spirits and channels on sight. Monica Lawan, peace, good evening. Your truth, peace. B Fields, peace. Hazard Pie, peace. Fresh out of the hot grease, you feel me? This is how these donuts are. Welcome, welcome, everybody. So let's get started here. Let's get started here. The Cosmic Doctrine by Dion Fortune. Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Let's do this, man. Let's get into this. All right, so for this first session, I foresee that we will go for about, I don't know, maybe 32 pages at best. So we might make it to chapter 3. We're gonna see how the energy goes. It's a pretty solid night. Like, we just entered an opportunity period. If anybody has the Daily Planetary Guide or the Moon Sign book, you'll see that we're in a very nice cosmic place right now. So we'll go through the preface, the introduction by Dion Fortune, the introduction number 2 by one of the communicating entities. We're going to start the evolution of the cosmos, get into the first manifestation, the first Trinity, and who knows, maybe even the building of the atom. Let's go. Lego. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. AZW, peace, my fellow cyclomate. Laya369, peace. Aldin, peace. J Baldhail, I think I said greetings to you, but if not, peace, bro. So good, so good, so good to be amongst family, spiritual family. Love you guys. This edition is the integral text recorded in 1924. Excuse me, this is 1924 by Dion Fortune. It has been neither edited nor amended. Whoa. Alchemy Gold, peace, good evening. Looks like we got some Capricorn energy in the house. Joe Keen, peace, peace, good evening, sir. Maxwell Alali, peace. Maxwell Alali asks, Trav, who would you say had the biggest impact on your mindset and understanding of spirituality, Bobby Hemmett or Dion Fortune? It's really hard to answer that question because, that's like saying who had the biggest impact, your kindergarten teacher or your 8th grade teacher. Both of those teachers were extremely impactful and are still extremely impactful for the particular period of my growth. Bobby opened up my eyes to a world of things that I would not have come into through anyone else. And the same exact thing can be said about Dion Fortune. Bobby was more broad, like he introduced a bunch of various topics. Dion Fortune helped me to dig deep into very specific topics. Okay. Millennium preface. The cosmic doctrine is a condensed blueprint outline of God's manifestation in this creation. Complex indeed. But what has tended to bother some about the cosmic doctrine teaching has been the almost total emphasis in explaining evolution simply as being the psychic nuts and bolts of God, leaving one with the impression that God may be reduced from a great infinite being to a kind of mechanical Newtonian clockwork. However, there is much more to it than that. The higher up the planes you go, although esoteric theory tends to describe it as all more abstract, in actual fact, things become so much more complex, vibrant, vivid, bursting and brimming with life in incredible profusion. It is another form of experience, however. The broadest, though simple, analogy would be to liken the existence on the higher levels as something after the order of a Bach fugue, which could indeed seem to some a rather dry abstraction, but which to the attuned and educated ear is a revelation of divinity, harmony, and celestial order. The reality is not easy to describe in concepts, let alone in words. How best to describe a rainbow to a blind man? Since the works of the late Dion Fortune were written, more has been understood and realized. Psychism is simply one type of inner awareness, and there are other types at least as valid and as common, in particular, intuition. Details of the aims and work of the Society of Inner Light, founded by Dion Fortune, may be obtained by writing with postage, please, to the Secretariat at 38 Steeles Road, London, NW3 4RG, England. All right, that's the Millennium preface. Now let's get to the introduction by Dion herself, by Miss Fortune herself. A woman to serious occultists needs no introduction. Yet she has generously provided us with money. Al Dickey, that's my real name. Peace, peace. Okay. Introduction by Dion Fortune. The following pages were not produced by the ordinary method of literary work, and we therefore feel that not only may some explanation of the means employed for their production be of interest to the reader, but is also his due. Adequately to explain the method of their production would require an elaborate study in the psychology of the higher consciousness, an undertaking too extensive for inclusion in the introduction to this book, but enough may be said to indicate the methods employed. In other words, she's like, I think I kind of owe it to you guys to describe just how the information listed in this book came to me. Now, of course, it could get extremely deep, but we're going to try to keep it simple for y'all. I feel that I am the last person to be able to form an opinion as to the nature of the experiences here recorded. To determine whether they are what they purport to be or whether they are dissociated complexes of my own subconscious mind is not quite such a simple problem as either believers or scoffers might think. If these communications are not received from discarnate entities, then I must be utilizing certain little-known capacities of the human mind. The communicators make statements on these points, and these are appended. But of course, their statements cannot be regarded as evidence. So yeah, regardless if you believe in psychic ability or you disbelieve in psychic ability, she's saying that, of course, she's not the authority on psychic ability. And as far as determining whether or not this is just her talking to herself, or if these are actually, you know, this is actually aspects of her subconscious mind, it's difficult to say. And plus, if they are parts of her subconscious mind, she can't use them verifying that this is them as proof. I know, however, that I could not have written any work at the pace at which this was produced. When it is realized that each chapter took from 3/4 of an hour to an hour and a quarter to dictate, and that no other work whatsoever went to its production, I think it will be seen that this book was not produced by the ordinary labor of the brain. Wow, so she literally channeled this whole book, and she said, what, about 45 minutes to an hour per chapter? Jeez Louise. Imagine somebody burning the pen and paper, just writing this specific content. Each chapter, 45 minutes. And let's see. No notebooks or reference books were ever made use of, and though I have read and thought along these lines for some years, I made no special study of that branch of esoteric science which is herein dealt with, and have only the most elementary knowledge of physics, and none whatsoever of mathematics. The ideas expressed in these teachings are quite unfamiliar to me when I come to read them, and I have to study them just as anyone might who made their acquaintance for the first time. I hope my readers will believe that these pages are the result of honest experimentation and acquit me of charlatanry or attempted deception. I vouch for neither the completeness nor accuracy of the communications here recorded. In my opinion, no extra weight should be attached to any ideas or teachings because an unusual origin is claimed for them. Any value which they possess as a contribution to speculative thought or scientific knowledge must depend on their intrinsic worth, not on their sphere of origin. The manner of their obtaining is a psychological question and has no bearing on the problem of their truth. Nevertheless, I believe that the story of the way in which I obtained access to this teaching and was trained to transmit it is worth telling for the sake of its evidential value as first-hand experience. My first introduction to this line of thought was through a random reading of the Ancient Wisdom by Annie Besant. When I came to the words, the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge, the hierarchy of adepts who watch over and guide the evolution of humanity, my higher self seemed suddenly to wake up, as if startled out of sleep by a loud noise. I read the pregnant words, Still they teach eager pupils, showing the path and guiding the disciples' steps. Still they may be reached by all who seek them, bearing in their hands the sacrificial fire of love, of devotion, of unselfish longing, to know in order to serve. Where have we heard that? Still they carry out the ancient discipline, still unveil the ancient mysteries. To know in order to serve, huh? Lance Benefield says Bobby Hemmett used to talk about the Great White Brotherhood. Oh yeah, damn near all of these old school occultists have mentioned that particular brotherhood. Upon me, the effect of this passage was mantric. It ran in my head like a tune, and my whole nature gathered itself up into a one-pointed desire to find the masters. I say that my nature gathered itself up, for the conscious will was submerged in the tremendous uprush of the depths. The blind will of the primitive self that is usually expressed in savagery was in me, turned to the desire for light. Fierce as thwarted love and stronger than the fear of death was that desire, and there was no price I was not willing to pay. You gotta want it that bad. The masters had only to make known their conditions for me to comply with them. All day long I moved in a dream, my body performing its duties automatically. My first waking thought was of the masters, and my last thought as I fell asleep, and my dreams were colored by my desire. I seemed to range over rocky deserts in a gray twilight, not upon toiling feet, but with powerful wing beat and the speed of the wind. I had a sense of irresistible power, and always that tremendous desire drove me on, as if it were something outside of myself. It was like the throb of the screw on board ship. Awake or asleep, it was always there. One felt it underfoot on deck, one heard it as if one woke in the night. It never ceased to drive the ship towards the port for which her course was set, though it lay invisible as yet below the horizon. Why is she flexing these poetic literary skills for no reason? I come from that part of Yorkshire which was Dane law, and I suppose I reverted to type and threw back to some Viking ancestor. She threw it back. Mildest of people in the ordinary way, we are liable to go berserk upon occasion, and I went berserk in my quest of the masters. For 10 days I continued in this state, and then I found that which I sought. Upon the 10th night, I went to sleep in the ordinary way and began to dream. I dreamt that I was going down a long passage with many doors opening onto it, and the end of the passage led into the reading room of the old library of the Theosophical Society in Tavistock Square. The passage had been dark, but the reading room was full of sunshine. I stood for a moment in the ray of golden light that came through the window, and then the whole side of the room opened out, and I seemed to be caught up through space and found myself upon a plateau among great snow mountains, which I knew to be the Himalayas. And I was kneeling at the feet of two of the masters. I could not see their faces, for they were lost in a blur of light, nor could I see the hands, for they were concealed in the loose sleeves of the robes they wore. But I knew that one was the Master Jesus. The other I did not know, save that I felt him to be a tremendous intellectual force. I have since learnt to know him as the Most Wise, one of the Lords of Mind on the Hermetic Ray. To the Master Jesus was given the title of Most Holy, Lord of Compassion. Interesting. The Master Jesus was clad in a white robe, and the Most Wise in a robe of dark indigo blue. I was in their presence for some time, but of what was said I can remember nothing save that I was bidden to have more reverence for that which was holy. I no longer had any sense of personal power, such as had been with me upon my journey, but was awed, almost cowed, by the tremendous presence before whom I found myself. The Most Holy took no part in the interview, but stood a pace or two behind his companion, and seemed slightly remote, aloof, and very weary, as if some great strain rested upon him. The weariness gave me the impression of physical exhaustion through which the spirit shone undimmed. The Most Wise, however, seemed to have tremendous driving force, dominant, intellectual, and while I feared him, I adored, and asked nothing better than to enter upon his service. I have learnt since that he is one of the greatest masters upon the blue ray, the Lord of Hermetic wisdom and ceremonial magic. The Master Jesus gave me the impression of having an infinite patience with the weak and pity for the lowly. Though he would lead by rough ways, he would lead gently and slowly, suiting his pace to the most foolish and footsore of his sheep. I have sometimes been asked why it is that I can work with people who have neither intellect nor education, and I think it must be because I myself was trained by a master who did not look for qualities of intellect in his pupils. I must have been about half an hour in the presence of the masters, and then I felt conditions change, and I seemed to re-enter the room and the library through the gap in the wall which closed behind me. Vision changed to dream, and I awoke. But the memory of that transcendent experience remained with me and has remained ever since. Was it a dream or an actual experience? That is a matter of opinion. I only know that not only my inner consciousness, but the outer circumstances of my life were totally different thenceforth. When in the morning I looked back upon that breathless adventure, seeking to recover every detail of its memory, I found in my consciousness the certain knowledge that I had been accepted as a pupil by the masters. But here is a curious point, for although the whole bent of my temperament was toward the Master of Wisdom, I had been handed over to the Most Holy, the Master of Compassion, and I was not at all happy about it. I wanted the pace and driving power of the Most Wise. I felt myself to be strong and wished to be worked to my full capacity. I was impatient with the patience of Master of Compassion. I thought it was a colorless service compared with that of the Master of Wisdom, and there were many struggles before I would submit to that gentle yet compelling force. I can see now why I was placed under his guidance and not given to the more intellectual type of master, who was congenial to my temperament. It was in order that I might not develop the powers of the mind with the faults of my character uneradicated. Before I had gone very far with my training, however, I was very grateful that my master was a master of compassion, who would not quench smoking flax. I do not know how the pupils of the Masters of Wisdom fare. I am sure I could never have stood the training. Wow. That's very intriguing to say the least. During the next 3 days, the memory of past incarnations returned to me, right back to my first initiation in Atlantis. It was practically unbroken record of temple work, save my last incarnation, which was most lurid and into which I seemed to pack all the experiences I had foregone during the rest of my evolution. Now it is quite a simple matter for anyone to equip themselves with a series of egotistical fantasies by way of past lives, but in my case, I got back not only the memory of initiations and temple lives, but also the memory of the teaching I had received during those lives. The ancient wisdom is a very intricate and elaborate philosophy and science, and I defy anyone to think it out for themselves in the course of a few days without any previous study on the subject. Therefore, I regard the fact that I have never had to work for my knowledge of occultism, but have recovered it, not even piecemeal, but in the mass from memory, as strong evidence in favor of reincarnation. Y'all follow so far? Arriving at this experience without any previous study of the subject, I have been greatly interested to note the extent to which my experiences have been confirmed by subsequent reading. I was particularly interested in Dr. Buck's book on cosmic consciousness, which was quite unknown to me at the time, and also in Dr. Besant's writings on the way to the Masters of Wisdom. It was very heartening to me to find that I, traveling alone and in ignorance, had struck and followed the well-beaten track. And this gave confirmation to my belief that my experiences, though subjective, had relation to objective fact and were not of a purely arbitrary nature. Alchemy Gold says I want what he was smoking. What she was smoking. Dion Fortune is a woman. In the physical, at least. To distinguish between subjective and objective phenomena is a delicate task, especially when it is recalled that all experience, philosophically speaking, is subjective. We ought, more strictly speaking, to distinguish between that experience which begins and ends within the self and that which receives its stimulus from the not-self. Let me read that back. To distinguish between subjective and objective phenomena is a delicate task, especially when it is recalled that all experience, philosophically speaking, is subjective. We ought, more strictly speaking, to distinguish between that experience which begins and ends within the self and that which receives its stimulus from the not-self. I think that's worth a highlight. And we have also to remember that any given experience not only may, but is bound to have both elements in its composition, for the objective must always be interpreted in terms of the subjective in order to be comprehensible. I have therefore refrained from attempting any explanation of my dream, vision, hallucination, or experience, whatever it may be, because I, being the subject and the last person, am the last person to be able to form a just estimate. I have merely recorded it as it appeared to me, though I ask my readers to believe that I am not so naive as to think that what I perceived was an actual representation of what occurred. For how can a consciousness, habituated to form, produce a simulacrum of that which has no form? It has to rely on the images already stored in its memory to produce a symbolic equivalent. It can approach no closer than this. Does anybody remember what the year was that I said this was written in? She's speaking as if she's got modern understanding of how the mind works. Holy cow. I'm talking about 100 years ago, man. Wait a minute, that just hit me. I gotta look back. 1924. Yo, man, I might need somebody to go check the month on this because this might be the 100-year anniversary. This might be the 100-year anniversary. This is wild. Exactly 100 years ago, man. This is crazy. She's speaking like she's read this off of Wikipedia or something. continue. But yeah, she just broke down how dreams work right there and why you can't really ask somebody else what your dream meant because your dreams are specifically assembled based on data that's already in your mind. So you can't really ask somebody else what your dream means because it's built off of stuff that you experienced. Let me read that again. I have therefore refrained from attempting any explanation of my dream, vision, hallucination, or experience, whatever it may be, because I, being the subject, am the last person to be able to form a just estimate. I have merely recorded it as it appeared to me, though I ask my readers to believe that I am not so naive as to think that what I perceived was an actual representation of what occurred. For how can a consciousness, habituated to form, produce a simulacrum of that which has no form? It has to rely on the images already stored in its memory to produce a symbolic equivalent. It can approach no closer than this. Had my experiences ended with this vision, I should have accounted them purely subjective, though I should not have valued them in the less for that reason. But from that time onwards, the circumstances of my life were entirely changed. I seemed to have passed within the veil and never to return again to mundane life. Artemis in Theory asks a great question. I wonder how it was for her to live in that time with that level of awareness. Man, if you think it's tough living in 2024 with this level of awareness, imagine what it was like 100 years ago. You think it's hard to find somebody to talk to today? Shit. You damn near have to move out into the woods and become a witch with a cat or a wizard with an owl on his shoulder. I mean, hell, you gotta do that today. Sheesh. Shout out to Dion Fortune, man. Shout out to Dion Fortune. And on top of all that, she was a woman. So you know times were different back then. Never again to return to mundane life. To tell the full story of the training that led to the power to bring through the teaching contained in these pages would take too long. Moreover, there are parts of it of which I am not at liberty to speak. I may say this, however, that after the experience I have narrated, I found that certain powers had awakened within my soul. Certain capacities had been added to consciousness, and that although I have never again had such a transcendent vision as the meeting with the masters on the mountain, I found that I began to receive or conceive ideas such as had never come to me before. You guys remember what he was saying in the mystery book read about having to have a quantum leap in creativity to have to fathom things that haven't been fathomed yet? You guys remember that from the first chapter of the mystery book read? I may say this, however, that after the experience I have narrated, I found that certain powers had awakened within my soul. Certain capacities had been added to consciousness, and that although I've never again had such a transcendent vision as the meeting with the masters on the mountain, I found that I began to receive or conceive ideas such as had never come to me before, that formulated themselves in my mind as clearly as if a voice had spoken. At first, I could only obtain fragments of teaching in this way, but with practice, the power increased, and it seemed as if information on any subject, even those with which I was quite unacquainted, could be obtained by this method. The process seemed to be exactly the same as that of telepathy, but the communicators gave me to understand that they did not possess physical bodies, but were discarnate minds which had advanced beyond the stage of evolution which is conducted in matter. Could you exist as a disincarnate mind? You think you get bored with that type of existence? I have never again met face to face either of the two great entities of whom I had had the vision. Those who communicated gave me to understand that they were lesser masters under the jurisdiction of the Most Wise, Lord of the Blue Ray, a ruler of Hermetic wisdom. Whether they were what they purported to be or whether they were dissociated complexes of my own subconscious mind, I cannot tell. But I accept them as a working hypothesis because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results which I can attain in no other way. That right there is your criteria of whether or not a certain kind of magic works. What she say in that last line? She said, I accept them as a working hypothesis because I find that by utilizing them, I can get results which I can obtain in no other way. A gem was dropped. These communications were not obtained by means of trance, as that word is usually understood. My mind is not made a blank, nor is my will in abeyance, but by means of intense concentration on the plane of consciousness on which I wish to function, I shut out the sensations coming into consciousness through the 5 physical senses and become aware of nothing but the entity whose messages I undertake to bring through. After this intense concentration has been achieved, and I may say it took years of practice to do it for any length of time, I then still the conscious mind so that no thoughts arise. Meanwhile, the entity that is going to communicate formulates his ideas point by point, and these ideas appear to cause images to rise in my subconscious mind in the same way as repressed emotions give rise to dream images. I myself, standing aside, as it were, watch them form and allow them to come through. And so long as I can maintain my mind without thoughts, they continue to flow. The ideas are presented to consciousness as spoken words, and these spoken words seem to actuate the organs of speech and produce articulation in tones other than mine. Though coming from my lips, that which is uttered is written down by the friends who assist me in this work, and is set forth in these pages just as it was received. Not a word has been altered or added, only the punctuation has been inserted. And for what it is worth, we offer this teaching to our readers. I have often asked myself whether there is anything in these pages which could not have been done by the conscious mind, any information which it was impossible for me to have obtained through normal avenues. And I must honestly say that I do not think there is anything that could not have been done given the necessary time, labor, and capacity. The only point which is of evidential value is the effortless speed with which the work was done. I have never had the slightest fatigue in connection with this work. I must mention one point, however, which might be of interest. At one time, I regularly analyzed my dreams on the night preceding and the night following the reception of these messages. The dreams of the night preceding contained nothing of their content, but the dreams of the night following were full of it, though conscious memory is blank. I vouch, however, for neither the completeness nor the accuracy of the teaching here contained. I have explained how it appears to me and have been I have explained how it appears to me to have been obtained, but I can give no more than my impressions, and anyone who has studied psychology knows that only a very qualified value should be attached to these. It is my intention to continue to work on these lines, taking as working hypothesis the belief that the teachings received in this way, together with many other experiences, for which there is no place in this book, are, broadly speaking, what they claim to be, but bearing always in mind the possibility, nay, the probability of self-deception. In the preceding pages, I have written in terms of psychology, but those who are familiar with the teaching of occult science, whether in the schools of the East or the West, will be able to express the same ideas in another terminology. Oh, hit a unicorn. Those who trained me take pupils. The way to them is the old path of renunciation and initiation. I did not find them by chance, but followed the track marked out through the mysteries of all ages and races. By fulfilling the conditions I had to fulfill, others can experience what I have experienced, and I will gladly and freely help them to do so. Wow. To me, occultism is not only a science and an art, but also a religion. I welcome the cooperation of all who feel towards it as I do. That which I have freely received, I will freely give. But, like the Sphinx of old, I have a riddle to ask of those who would follow this path, and they must answer it correctly before I can show them the gate. The riddle is this: why do you want to study occult science? It is motive, which is the key that unlocks the gate. Those who have discovered within themselves the right motive are possessed of the key. I can show them the whereabouts of the keyhole. Yes, ma'am. Please do. Those who read these words may feel that I express first doubt and then certainty. They are right. I express doubt of the accuracy of my own psychism, certainty of the reality of the unseen. If I expressed certainty of my interpretation of my subconscious impressions, I should be claiming that which any experienced and honest psychic knows that he cannot claim. If I express doubt of the reality of that which I am seeking to interpret, I should belie my sincerest beliefs, my deepest intuitions. I think that's a sober take. She says that if anything, she might doubt the accuracy of her own psychic ability. However, she expresses an absolute certainty of the reality of the unseen. So it's like it exists, but my ability to translate it, okay, it may or may not need some additional work. In all occult work, however, we need to make careful distinction between that which I will call objective and subjective truth. Objective truth is that which falls within the sphere of scientific examination and logical proof. Subjective truth consists of an inner experience which is valid for the person who undergoes it, but which he can neither communicate to another nor prove unless a changed life and a spiritual radiance of personal magnetism be accepted as proof. Subjective truth consists of an inner experience, which is valid for the person who undergoes it. Have you ever tried to prove your spiritual experience to someone who doesn't care or doesn't believe? Can't do that. Why? Because it's valid for the person who undergoes it, but which he can neither communicate to another person nor prove to another person unless a changed life and a spiritual radiance of personal magnetism can be accepted as proof. I came to occultism through a study of psychology, realizing that there was so much more in the mind than accepted theories accounted for. But at the same time, realizing that the psychoanalytical theories definitely accounted for a very great deal. I am obliged as a psychologist to recognize the part played by the subconscious mind in all mystic experience. I am obliged as a psychic to recognize the part played by the unseen in much psychological experience. I believe the unseen to be as real and objective as the material universe. I believe the power of the spirit to be a real and living power originating outside the subconscious, though working through it. These things, however, cannot be proved by any scientific method at present known, but truth cannot contradict truth. Upon whatever plane they be, the parts of truth must dovetail into each other as accurately as the stones of King Solomon's temple. If there is discrepancy, it is due to the imperfect apprehension and enunciation of truth, not to any incompatibility of antagonistic truths. It is my belief that when psychology has advanced a little further and has arrived at that maturity of judgment which comes to sciences, as well as individuals when their early days are past, it will find a method by which shall be as great an advance on psychoanalysis as psychoanalysis is upon introspection. And with that method, it will bring the realm of psychic and religious experience within the reach of scientific examination. It will burn away the dross of delusion and leave us with a residuum of the pure gold of truth. I, for one, am not afraid to trust my most cherished beliefs to such a test. If they are true, they will survive it and be all the purer for that ordeal. If they are false, the sooner I know it, the better, so that I may adjust my life to reality rather than await the collapse of my fool's paradise about my ears. I like that. When it comes to adjusting yourself so that truth can be present, as opposed to trying to make the world fit into your delusion, I, for one, am not afraid to trust my most cherished beliefs to such a test. If they are true, they will survive it and be all the purer for the ordeal. If they are false, the sooner I know it, the better, so that I may adjust my life to reality rather than await the collapse of my fool's paradise about my ears. I know that whatever the truth may be, I have got to face it sooner or later, and I would sooner do it at my leisure than when the sands are running out. Man, I wish a whole lot more people would understand and accept that part. But it is what it is, right? I must, however, ask pardon of both the psychics and the psychologists that I cannot accept either of them at their own valuation. I would say to the psychologists, do not, in your investigations, start with the assumption that a superconscious experience must be either fraud or delusion. Admit as a working hypothesis that there may be more in heaven and earth than is dreamt of in your philosophy, and that evolution may now be bringing it within reach of human consciousness. There cannot be so much smoke without any fire. The fact that people of all ages and all races have believed in the occult is proof that it has some foundation in human experience. The fact that super normal experiences continue to be claimed in spite of the evidence, in spite of the advance of science and the repeated exposure of frauds, proves that they have a profound significance for the human mind. Do not forget that the greatest of mankind have given them the weight of their testimony. Socrates and Plato, Jesus of Nazareth and Saul of Tarsus, Joan of Arc and Santa Teresa were neither fools nor knaves. The experiences of the seer are substantially the same, whether they be couched in terms of Western faith or Eastern wisdom. Such agreement of testimony gives a high degree of probability. To the psychic, I would say, in the words that a great mystic used to a body of his fellow mystics who were certain of the accuracy of their vision, I beseech you, in the bowels of Christ, think it possible that you may be mistaken. No one walked by the light of the Spirit more than did Oliver Cromwell, but he addressed these sobering words to his fanatical co-religionists. I would not only advise but implore anyone who concerns themselves with the unseen to study psychology and learn the nature of the mind. They will not find that it disturbs their faith, but rather reveal its rationale. Do not think that because a piece of information is obtained in an abnormal way, it is bound to be true. Are y'all hearing that? Are y'all hearing this? Do not think that because a piece of information is obtained in an abnormal way, it is bound to be true, any more than a thing is bound to be true because it is printed in a book. What's she saying? Spirit communications seem to have the same authority for some people that the printed word has for the uneducated, who think that a commodity must be good because the advertisements speak well of it. A spirit communication may come from a perfectly genuine spirit and yet be valueless. Let me read that back. A spirit communication may come from a perfectly genuine spirit and yet be valueless. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool. Damn. If he had no sense in the physical plane, he will not have any more on the astral. Oh man, I love it. I love it. Even if a man survives bodily death, dying is not going to cure him of being a fool. If he had no sense on the physical plane, he will not have any more on the astral. Do not believe all that the spirits tell you, even if you are sure in your own mind that they are really spirits. Remember this, moreover, that if on the strength of a certain sensitiveness you feel out for context in the unseen, you may strike anything. All right, so if you're reaching out there into the unseen, oh yeah, you might strike something. The kind of entities who will answer the random adjurations of an inexperienced experimenter are of much the same type as the persons who would answer you if you repeated the same tactics in the street. If you set your front door open, the kind of person who would come walking in would be more likely to steal the umbrellas from the hall than undertake to instruct you in profound spiritual truths. And so it is with psychism. If you merely set the door of consciousness ajar, you are more likely to get unpleasant experiences than spiritual teaching. Damn, she took the safety off without warning. Straight up. Those great entities whom the Theosophical Society has made known to the general public under the name of the Masters, but who, from time immemorial, have been known in the West as well as the East, choose their pupils for other qualities than curiosity. Now see, I've been kind of holding back on the highlights, but I can't hold that one back. Although I love that whole paragraph on chapter 12, because she really went in. These masters, they choose their pupils, and they don't choose you based on the fact that you're curious. I'll have to go back to chapter 12, although I love that paragraph. But let's continue here. They are as different from the average guide or communicating spirit as Michelangelo from a pavement artist. Damn. Let me go back. Those great entities whom the Theosophical Society has made known to the general public under the name of the Masters, but who from time immemorial have been known in the West as well as the East, choose their pupils for other qualities than curiosity. They are as different from the average guide or communicating spirit as is Michelangelo from a pavement artist. And to find them, we have to pass through the straight gate and tread the narrow way. If you desire to find the masters who will train you as they have trained me, for I am not a natural psychic, reach out to them mentally with steady aspiration, being prepared to make whatever sacrifice is required of you, withholding nothing that you have or are, and you will receive not mystic experience, but a long and arduous course of training by the difficulties and trials of life. And if you take all these as lessons and try to learn what they have to teach, remembering that duty is the first initiator, presently you will find that a new element is coming into your life. It does not come as the fire or the whirlwind, but as the still small voice. And it is this still small voice of spiritual intuition that gives the teaching. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. And we didn't even get to the book yet. That was introduction number 1. We didn't even get to the book yet. Y'all all right? How we feeling? Let me grab this monster out the freezer before it explodes. All right. How we feeling? A lot of people saying that their version is different. Interesting. Does it have more or less? Or is it just a completely different thing? Okay. Richard Tracy says, hell yeah, I'm better than all right. That's what I'm talking about. Mo B, good evening. Good evening. Peace. It's good to see you more frequently. IDKDKDF says, so don't expect the ancestors to know more than the type of shit they already knew when they had a body. Ain't that what Bobby Hemmett said? Ain't that what Panic said? Right? Yeah. Hey. Good stuff. Just scrolling up to see. Just scrolling up a little bit. I haven't been in the chat. I've been so focused on making sure that I get the words out properly. Okay, there's our obligatory "Is this the Bible?" You know for a fact you never read the Bible if you ask that question. I mean, I know it's a bot, but still. All right, so yeah, we understanding where she's coming from. She was just giving us a background on this whole thing. She wasn't saying, "Oh, I'm this great psychic and I channeled this information." No, she's saying I didn't try to be a psychic. As a matter of fact, I don't even really put a bunch of credit into my own psychic ability. Now, trust and believe, I know that the unseen world is real. I know that that's a reality. I also know that my psychic ability could use some more work. But what I'm saying to you is, this content is real. This content is very real. Don't take my word for it, though. Don't take my word because it came from spirits, and don't take my word because it's written in a book. There are other ways to verify this, but again, understand there's a difference between objective experience and subjective experience. She's saying objective experience, of course, that's tangible with the five senses. You can prove it based on empirical evidence. She's saying that subjective experience, it doesn't work that way because it is extremely personal, right? You're utilizing symbols that have personal meaning. So it's going to be impossible to clearly dictate fully what you experienced subjectively to another person for the simple fact that we all don't speak the same inner language. However, one of the ways that you can verify and tell that an experience has happened is that the person's behavior begins to change, right? Their outward behavior begins to change. Ooh, Yamaika asks, how do you learn in death? That's a good question, and that's probably why it's so important to utilize your life to do this work. That's a great question. How do you learn in death? Right. Good stuff, good stuff. So I'm glad that we are enjoying this. Let's continue. Patchwork says new fear unlocked, being a smooth brain post death. Right. So take care of it now. You got 24 hours in a day. Anna Molly says, I'm not surprised at her poetry like flow. She published 2 books of poetry under her real name as a teen. Yeah, you can feel it strongly here. I enjoy it. It's like reading her words is like swimming to me. It feels like swimming through her dialogue, through her mind. I love me some Dion Fortune. All right, let's get to it now. Introduction number 2, how communication was affected. A statement by one of the communicating entities. All right, we get to hear it straight from one of the entities. Communication is performed by telepathy. That is all. Precisely the same means are used in transferring thought from a discarnate mind to an incarnate mind as are employed in transferring thought between 2 incarnate minds. Certain technical difficulties exist, however, and to make it clear, we will first explain how thought is transferred between incarnate minds. He's saying that spirit communication, it is all telepathic. Technically, it's no different from me communicating with you. It's just the means of the communication is different, right? Right now, all of you are telepathically communicating with me, and you're using your phone and your text to relay the message through words. Because can't we use dialogue that means something entirely different? Same thing when you're talking to somebody in person. You're using language, but you're really communicating something more subtle to that. But likewise, when it comes to entities communicating with you, same thing is happening without the need for words. For most of us, especially if we're not very refined, that communication is going to happen through images, especially if that's your primary communication channel. For some of us, like myself, it might be more through sound. And there are others whose primary communication channel is kinesthetic. That means that they have feelings and gut feelings and tactile sensations. Well, let's keep going. Certain technical difficulties exist, however, and to make it clear, we will first explain how thought is transferred between incarnate minds. Lance Benefield asks, can we be really talking to ourselves within others? Absolutely, but you have to look at the definition of your word ourselves, right? Talking to ourselves. Yes, we're all talking to ourselves, but not your ego, not your personality. The ourself is something much deeper than the thing that you're looking at in the mirror. All right. Briefly, a thought form is built by methods we will not enter upon now, and this thought form is ensouled by a substance from a plane above that upon which it is constructed. This makes it a living thing of its type. It is then cast off from the aura of its creator, and in the ordinary way will hang about in his atmosphere. If he is dwelling on the subject, a thread of subtle matter will connect it with his vehicle, and those who can see it will perceive these thought forms either embedded in the aura awaiting expulsion or hovering around like children's kites upon shorter and longer strings. Up to about 12 feet long, these strings may be. As he moves, they stream out behind him and above him, and as he stands, they hover around, endued each with life of their own, and they endure as definite entities until the form in which they are ensouled wears out and falls away, whereupon the life that is within them is reabsorbed into the substance of their creator. Okay, do you get that? Do you understand that? He's basically breaking down exactly how you put life into a thought form and what it looks like in psychic vision, right? You create this thought form on the mental plane or the astral plane, and you impregnate it with whatever particular energy, whatever type of soul essence that you're wanting it to convey. And it is a vehicle, but it is alive given your portion of life force, and it floats around in your aura. And we all have these, by the way. This isn't something special just this person can do. We all have this floating around us, especially if you're, I mean, think about it. Like, what you call depression is a vehicle wrapped up with soul essence that's floating around you, and you're consistently feeding it, right? Certain things that you think every day, certain desires that you have, and lusts that you have, thirsts and hungers that you have, visions and dreams, certain things that you have consistently on a day-to-day basis, they have they are thought forms that float around you. And those are created unintentionally, but you can also create them intentionally. Anamali says, like a natural psychic arc, kinda. Yes. Cyclomancy talk. So much for the undirected thought, to which no attention is paid. Should, however, a thought be conceived in relation to a definite object, then it will have a dual relationship. Firstly, to the person conceiving it, and secondly, to the object of his thought. And instead of remaining in the neighborhood of the former, it will be directed to the neighborhood of the latter, there to hover, though still connected with its originator by a tenuous thread, colored according to type. Having arrived in the neighborhood of its object, it impinges on the aura, beating out the rhythm with which it is endowed. Okay, so now he's talking about, first he mentioned a thought form that's just what you've created for yourself. Then he mentions a thought form that is directed towards another person or another object. It's floating around you, but it's also, as you send it off to float around the thing that you're focused on, still connected. It serves as a bridge between the two of you. Sheesh. Interesting. Now, as you know, rhythm and geometrical form are closely associated. Thus, a note of particular tone produced by vibrating the edge of a disc will cause particles of sand scattered upon that disc to arrange themselves along the intersecting lines of force thus generated, and so form patterns. Okay, so y'all have all seen that experiment where they have that um, thin platform with sand on it, and if you produce a pure note, it vibrates that platform, and the sand aligns itself with the form of the vibration. So what he's saying here is that that same thing is, it's not just happening on that flat platform. Thank you, Richard Tracy says, sounds like cymatics experiments. Yeah, so that's not just happening with cymatics. That's that concept of the sand falling into place depending on the note. That's why things come out into this 3D world the way that they do. That's why all humans look the way that we do. That's why certain trees all come out the same species. Why elephants all look like elephants. Because that's a specific frequency that the life form takes. We understand that, right? So if the particles composing the body corresponding to that particular plane upon which the thought form is projected can be caused to vibrate to the rhythm emitted by that thought form, these particles will be arranged along the lines of force thus set up, and the corresponding form created within the vehicle. Damn. Into this form, the life of the old form passes. The old form falls to pieces, and the tenuous thread has then found lodgment within the being of the object of the thought, linking him to the originator of the thought. Thus is thought transference done. Did y'all just pick up what was put down in that one? That's literally telling you how you affect reality with your mind. Like, what I love about this particular author is she knows how to break that stuff down in a very small amount of sentences. I don't know. Maybe I'll miss that. I might as well highlight the entire paragraph. So look, we're talking about that thought form, right? We're talking about communication. Now remember what we just said about cymatics, the plane vibrating and the sand taking the shape, right? You understand how that works. And long story short, what she's saying is that when you send a thought form to somebody or something, one of the vibrations is going to beat out the other. So let's say, for example, you send a healing angel to a friend of yours. Well, if your friend is experiencing dis-ease or pain, that's because her life is currently vibrating to a frequency that causes that dis-ease or that pain, right? For whatever reason, we don't know why, but there it is. Now, hypothetically, if you were to send a thought form of healing, a healing angel or whatever, that healing angel is vibrating at its own frequency, right? Now, if that thought form attached to her and its vibration overpowered the dis-ease vibration, now healing can begin. What it would look like in the physical plane is like, oh, she's magically getting better. But what's happening in the astral is that that new vibration is now encompassing her being, and her life is coming into alignment with the vibration of that thought form. This is ghost pepper hot sauce. So if you're asking, what candle do I use? What demon do I summon? Do whatever you want, but understand this is what's actually happening. Oh, I definitely needed to read this. Lance Benefield says that diesel fuel on the sheets. Oh, that was MC Maestro. Android 18 squirting that diesel fuel. This is diesel gas. All right, let's continue. It is a simple matter to transfer thought upon the second and third planes, thereby generating moods in the minds of that object of thoughts, these moods being of some duration. But it is a very different matter to transfer thought upon the fourth and fifth planes. The fourth plane is the most difficult of all to work upon, and work can only be done with those individuals who have learnt to detach a portion of their substance and keep it in a loose and unattached condition. so that it can take form in response to impacts from without. Moreover, if ideas of any complexity are to be transmitted, it is not enough that simple images should lie loose in the mind awaiting recombination into composite form. It is necessary that a great and complex variety of images be available. Sheesh. Transmitting images in color and form upon the second plane may be likened to writing with a phonetic alphabet, but transmitting ideas upon the third plane may be likened to writing with an ideographic alphabet, such as Chinese. I'm gonna read that again, but before we move on, I want you to remember what she said here. She said it's a simple matter to transfer thought upon the second and third planes. We're gonna learn about the second and third planes, all right? So just keep this in mind, especially if you have this book. Just remember this part. It's easier to transmit thought upon the second and third planes, thereby generating moods in the minds of objects of thoughts, in the of the object of thoughts, these moods being of some duration. But it is a very different matter to transfer thought upon the fourth and fifth planes. The fourth is the most difficult of all. So let's keep that in mind, because I'd love to see why they are saying this. And I'm going to say they, not because of what these human beings are talking about out there, but because now we're talking about a woman who is channeling entities from another plane of existence. So it's literally a they. Anna Molly says, you weren't kidding, this is dense material. Right? And we ain't even get started yet. This is the introduction still. They're trying to set it up so we can understand better. Okay, now, second and third easy, fourth and fifth hard, fourth is the most difficult. Transmitting images in color and form upon the second plane may be likened to writing with a phonetic alphabet, but transmitting ideas upon the third plane may be likened to writing with an ideographic alphabet, such as the Chinese use, where each idea has a corresponding symbol, and unless that symbol be known, it cannot be written. Thus, a Chinese scholar needs to know a very large number of picture signs if he is to express himself freely. Okay, so to make that make sense logically, especially if you don't, she's comparing the communication on these planes. As far as the second plane, she's saying that communicating there is a lot like communicating in English. If the letters were what they sounded like if every R had an R sound and every W had a W sound, if every A had an A sound. English is kind of as close as we'll get to that. And then she's saying communicating on the third plane is a lot like, say, Hebrew or Chinese or Sanskrit, where the language is pictorial, they're symbolic, where one symbol can mean multiple things, right? If you've been following with the tarot and the Kabbalah stuff, you know that there are Hebrew letters that don't just represent a letter, but also an image, also some type of number, right? That's what she's saying. It's like communicating on the third plane. What that comparison means is that you have to know what specific symbols represent, or else you won't be able to communicate. You can speak English without knowing how to write English, but when it comes to these other languages, as far as on the third plane, you kind of have to know what these symbols represent in order to communicate clearly. Stuffed Dog, peace, welcome. Stray Panther, peace, peace. Christina Smith, peace, peace. I know y'all been here for a little bit, but I'm just not seeing the chat. Okay, now the average uncultured mind that lends itself for the transmission of messages from one plane to another has but few ideographs, and these only relate to the happenings of daily life. Therefore, only simple messages can be sent through him. You got that? But a mind of greater culture and caliber can transmit profounder concepts. So you might hear me talk about a mind that is more refined or less refined. That's what she's touching on here, or that's what they are touching on here. Now, the average uncultured mind that lends itself for the transmission of messages from one plane to another, they have a limited vocabulary, right? Because the only images that they have relate to what's happening in their daily life. So they can only send simple messages. The average person, if they're able to do this, can only send very basic and simple messages, right? Like, oh shoot, mom went to the store. I hope she picks up my favorite cereal, right? And then she comes back and she's like, oh yeah, I had a feeling you probably wanted some more of this cereal. Wow, I was just thinking that. We can send messages on that level. And we do, don't we? Don't we all send messages like that to our friends and family and even our ops? We call it synchronicity. But check this out. A mind of greater culture and caliber can transmit profounder concepts because you have a wider vocabulary. To sum up, the mind has to contain a large and varied assortment of ideas, which the communicator causes to combine into new concepts. And it is very rare to find a mind in which there is a large assortment of ideas that is sufficiently fluidic to be used in this way. Who in the chat believes that they are one of those? Shit, I know that I am. I don't even gotta be humble about it. To sum it up, the mind has to contain a large and varied assortment of ideas, which the communicator causes to combine into new concepts. And it is very rare to find a mind in which there is a large assortment of ideas that is sufficiently fluidic to be used in this way. Where y'all at? I can't be the only one. A well-stocked mind. And what is one of the quotes that I've been saying since day one, man? Build your library of correspondences. Have you not heard me say that? How many times in a month have you heard me say that? Build your library of correspondences. A well-stocked mind tends to combine its contents into organized complexes, and then the complexes form units, which have to be stimulated as a whole and can only function according to their own nature and cannot be recombined to express new ideas. Yeah. So get that out the way. Like psychic ability, it's there's levels to it, and we're all doing it, right? I'm seeing y'all in the chat giving me examples of when you have done this, and we all do it damn near every day, and it can get deeper than that. Maria del Consuelo says, Travis, please send the music. Tell you what, sheesh. See, it's on a different phone, and I can't exactly type on this phone because I'm live streaming. But if you wanted to look it up, you could type in effective lucid dream waves, theta realms. Effective lucid dream waves, theta realms. All right, let's keep going. Thus, supposing a man has strong ideas, shall we say, concerning social reform, this complex can have force poured into it and be caused to function as a whole, and that man will become a great social reformer along the lines of his preconceived notions, but he will not be able to present to the world new ideas concerning social organization. Okay, so you hear that? You first take that library of correspondences that you have, you take that large assortment of ideas and symbols, you combine them to create a new language. Now, look what she says here. A well stocked mind tends to combine its contents into organized complexes. And reading that, now I see why she came out with the mystical Kabbalah after this. Now I see. And she says, and then the complexes form units which have to be stimulated as a whole and can only function according to their own nature and cannot be recombined to express new ideas. So you create these new concepts with the ideas that you have, and once they're set, they're not easy to change. Now that the form is in place, you have to put the force behind it. And when you put the force behind it, it's not like you're just out here like, oh, I want to do something new and different. Like, no, you already built it in the astral. And once you put that force behind it, it all seems to fall into place because you built the subtle form of it. Do you get what I'm saying? So she says, thus, supposing a man has strong ideas, shall we say, concerning social reform, this complex can have force poured into it and be caused to function as a whole, and that man will become a great social reformer along the lines of his preconceived notions. But he will not be able to present to the world new ideas concerning social organization. Hazard Pi says, like we get stuck in character. Exactly. And how much time do you spend building your character? And then you wake up every day and pour force into remaining that character. Patchwork says, the force being emotion and physical action, right? Absolutely. Now, concerning those who transmit the messages, they exist upon all the planes of manifestation. And if an individual have free moving matter in the vehicle corresponding to any plane, it can be molded into the forms of that plane. Thus, if he have ears, he can hear upon the physical plane, and equally upon every other plane. It depends entirely upon the presence of this unfixed matter in any vehicle. More gems being dropped. More gems being dropped. If an individual has free moving matter in the vehicle corresponding to any plane, so if you've got free moving matter in the physical plane, etheric plane, astral plane, mental plane, it can be molded into the forms of that plane. As we have said before, if a man merely thinks of concerning himself and his affairs, his thought forms remain in his own immediate neighborhood and constitute his psychic atmosphere. But If he thinks strongly and persistently of another person, his thought forms will be projected to that person and affect him according to his receptivity. And it is with so called dead as with the living. For the most part, however, their thoughts concern themselves and remain about them. But should they think strongly and persistently of any person incarnate in the body, their thought will be projected to the neighborhood of that person in exactly the same way as in telepathy between two living people. Not many souls, however, are successful in transmitting their thoughts because a certain skill is required. How many of y'all have effectively sent thoughts to other people? Accidentally, especially because you've been so focused thinking about them. Hmm. Hmm. So, like I said, this isn't like rare, strange behavior. They're talking about things that we've done before, but you'll be pleased to know that there is actually a method to the madness. Richard Tracy says, I still hear my ex cussing at me. Yeah. Certain skill is required, namely consistency, right? Most people here have a short attention span these days, so I'm kind of curious as how it will work with this new generation. Most souls recently dead will visualize themselves according to their concept of themselves. That is why the so called ghost appears to his friends dressed as he was accustomed to be dressed, or the voice which comes through the medium resembles the voice employed by that soul in life. It is only after the soul has long been discarnate that he no longer employs his memory of his physical likeness to build a vehicle of communication, but appears rather in formless mist, which is interpreted as draperies and is colored according to the type of force he works with. Now, you have questioned much concerning the nature of the communicators who come to you. Patrick says that would explain why my matron goddess has warned me about being careful with the thoughts I entertain. Absolutely, man, absolutely. Once you reach a certain level with this, you absolutely have to start taking responsibility for your thoughts. Because once you reach a certain proficiency of this kind of work, you can no longer afford to sit here being hateful towards people or having these type of thoughts because they most definitely begin to easily stream into the recipient. Yeah, you definitely have to start being careful with the thoughts you entertain. For a number of reasons. If for nothing else, you'll start to make more conflict for yourself than is required, than is necessary. Natural Sister, peace, good to see you. Lance Benefield says, I can get the general manager at work to bring breakfast sometimes. I don't know if I gave the thought or if he picked up on the thought. We'll choose one of those. If you were to believe that you gave the thought, how will that change your behavior moving forward? Will you start trying to do it more? If you picked up on the thought, how will that change your behavior? Will you start being careful about what you're thinking about him? Choose one and experiment. Alchemy Gold says works on animals too. Absolutely. If you have a pet, that's the perfect place to practice. Devin McLean says, I wonder if the soul chooses to stop using the human voice or forgets it at some point. I doubt a soul forgets though. So here's the thing. Think about this. Um, there's a phenomena where, shit, let's just say you live alone and you no longer have to leave the house. You don't have to drive. You don't have to go anywhere. You're, I would assume that at some point your clothing choice will begin to change, right? If you don't go outside at all anymore, would you continue to put on shoes and socks every day when you get out of bed? Perhaps your clothing style will change if you no longer have to go outside amongst the public anymore. Maybe you'll stop shaving your beard off. Maybe you'll let your hair grow out. Who knows? I'm saying that to say that also with discarnate entities, perhaps they stop holding on to certain aspects of their form that are no longer necessary to hold on to. I'm a foot. Peace. Extremely long time no see. I'm a foot says peace everyone. Been a while, but I'm ready to tap back in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Now we have so many Aquariuses here. I'm happy. All right, let's keep going. Lasange Decode, peace, peace to you. All right. Patchwork says, if I could be wearing my black robes all the time, lol. See, why do you think I do it? All right, let's keep going. Now you have questioned much concerning the nature of the communicators who come to you. They are different entities. They are what they purport to be. Coming in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, they do not tell you lies about themselves. All the time, all the same, communications may vary in accuracy and completeness. In the present case, variation is more likely to be in completeness than in accuracy. They impress the ideas in their mind upon the plastic matter in the mind of the medium, and she, to the best of her ability, reproduces that which is impressed upon her, and, as it were, acts the part of the speaker, reproducing mannerisms as well as ideas, because the transmitter visualizes his old personality. In order to make contact with the earth plane, he visualizes himself as embodied in a form and speaking with its lips. Yeah, so the transmitter visualizes himself as embodied in a form and speaking with its lips, and the medium imitates the form as well as reproducing the words because the impressions are received blended. Thus, the voice is the voice of Irving, but the mind is the mind of Shakespeare. A bad actor will interpret the part badly with his own mannerisms. He will not be able to get away from his own personality, but the great actor will express the author. So, in this case, the malleable nature of the material and the power to withdraw part of the entity ensouled enables a sufficiently detailed and accurate impersonation to occur to enable you to distinguish people by their mannerisms, and the wide range of the mental content enables elaborate combinations of images to be achieved. Transmitters cannot transcend the mental content of a medium. Only those ideas already in the mind can be used, but they can and do combine them into new patterns. Man, that that was a great metaphor right there. So when we're thinking about channeling, we're thinking about channeling these entities. Consider it like a play, right? Or hell, even a movie. The author, the director, or whatever, They write the script and they have in their mind exactly how the character behaves and acts, etc., etc. Now, you choose an actor to do the part. If the actor sucks, they're going to perform the role, they're going to speak the words, but it's going to be too intermixed with their own personality and mannerisms that it's not really going to be it's not really going to be live up to the integrity of the author or the director. So the better the actor, the better the role can be played. The better the actor, the better the role can be played. Hmm. Transmitters cannot transcend the mental content of a medium. So even still, when dealing with working with these entities, channeling and whatnot, the communication is still going to be limited to what's in the medium's mind, which is why she said it's going to be best to have a variety of symbols that you can utilize, or as I say, to expand your library of correspondences. All right, let's get to this. Section 1, the first manifestation. Oracle Messenger, peace. All right, let's keep going. Section 1, the first manifestation. Knowledge falls into two divisions, the record of facts and the explanation thereof. So get that. Knowledge falls into two divisions. This is knowledge. What are the two divisions of knowledge? The record of facts and the explanation of those facts. Good to remember. Knowledge can only consist of that which is present in the mind. Knowledge can only consist of that which is present in the mind. That which does not enter the mind cannot be known. Therefore, you can only know that which you have senses to interpret to you. As new senses open up, more planes of existence can be known. There is, however, a limit to the knowledge of the infinite, of the finite. There is, however, a limit to the knowledge of the finite. Perception ceases at the barrier of manifestation. Of that which lies beyond, we can only know by analogy. The unmanifest is pure existence. We cannot say of it that it is not. Although it is not manifest, it is. It is the source from which all arises. It is the only reality. It alone is substance. It alone is stable. All else is an appearance and a becoming. Of this unmanifest, we can only say it is. It is the verb to be turned back upon itself. It is a state of pure being, without qualities and without history. All we can say of it is that it is not anything that we know. For if we know anything, it must be in manifestation for us to know it. And if it is in manifestation, it is not unmanifest. Therefore, the very fact that we can know it proves that it is not unmanifest. The unmanifest is the great negation. At the same time, it is the infinite potentiality which has not occurred. It is best conceived under the image of interstellar space. Look at that. The unmanifest is the great negation. At the same time, it is the infinite potentiality which has not occurred. Have you ever heard Bobby or Panic talk about how the soul was never here? The soul was never here in the first place. You didn't do any of this. You're not born into sin because you never existed. The soul has never taken part in this play at all. The physical body and your mind, all of that stuff from top to bottom belongs to Mother Earth, belongs to Prakriti, belongs to the Matrix. It is a part of the Matrix. The body, the mind, and everything in between, all that belongs to the Matrix. It never leaves. It can't leave. It's just going to get recycled and do it again. But the soul was never here. The soul was never here at all. And it's never been conceived of either. If you can think of it, if you can describe it and break it down and explain it, that's not it. That's not it. But you can trust, you can have great hope and great faith in that, though. Yamaka says our fractals tie in closely, don't they? Absolutely. In the occult teachings, you have been given certain images under which you are instructed to think of certain things. These images are not descriptive, but symbolic. And are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Now, whenever you see these folks repeat something over and over, that means that you better pay attention to it. Listen to this now, because most of us, we get it twisted. We think that we're here to memorize stuff and to gather more knowledge, right? More facts that we can repeat whenever asked or when we need to impress somebody. But understand that's not what's happening here in this book. It doesn't matter if you remember any of the words or the sentences. All this is designed to build an image for you so that it starts to train your mind. Not inform it, but to train your mind to think bigger and better. And you know what? The other book that we're reading, the mystery book, it's doing the same thing. That's why it feels like you're reading something that's like next level, but you can't quite explain it because it sounds so mundane, but in the background it feels like you're really tapping into something deep. ARV International, peace. So, I'll read it again. In the occult teachings, you have been given certain images, under which you are instructed to think of certain things. These images are not descriptive, but symbolic, and are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Therefore, you may think of the unmanifest as interstellar space. This was written 100 years ago. And of the Logos as a sun surrounded by his solar system of planets, and of the emanations of the Logos as rays. The unmanifest is the only unity. Manifestation begins when duality occurs. The prime duality is space and movement. The prime duality is space and movement. Nothing but wonderful energy in this place, man. Nothing but wonderful energy in this place. Sunshine Chick says, can you define logos, Trav? So, logos, what he's referring to here is if you want to look back at the Vedic stuff, we can think about that Om, that level of pure vibration, that from which comes manifested reality, right? If you look at the Bible, it talks about how in the beginning was the Word, right? That's the logos, that beginning point of vibration, the Big Bang, so to speak. Let me know if that's a good clear definition or not. Yeah, so logos, that's going to be that Om vibration. Moby says, oh, it's retracted. I agree with you though, and I feel like there's other forces present as well. It's y'all, man. It's y'all. Y'all came up in here with these energies. These spirits are trying to figure out what's going on. They're trying to figure out what's all the excitement about. And I'm trying to figure out how it's 200 viewers and only like 60 likes. What's up with that? Y'all, Micah says Big Bang always happening but never happened. Exactly. All right, let's keep going. So, the unmanifest is the only unity, right? So you got the unmanifest, that's the only unity. Manifestation begins when duality occurs. This should sound very familiar, especially if you are a regular viewer of my channel, right? Unity. What she say? The unmanifest is the only unity. Listen, this book right here is Mystical Kabbalah raw. Mystical Kabbalah uncut, untapped. What she's about to get into here is how do I put it? The undressed up, unedited, no filter, no makeup version of this right here. So if you know this, especially since I've read it on this channel at least 3 times, surely you caught one of them. Some of the stuff should start to be able to connect in that way. Oh, 10:01. Okay, so let's keep going. So, the unmanifest is the only unity. Manifestation begins when duality occurs. The prime duality is space and movement. So duality happens in the second Sephirah. Oh, excuse me. Monster got to me. Duality happens here. 1, 2, right? So we got space and movement. The first manifestation was a current in space. A current in space. That's why we have the swirlings here in Kether. Dion Fortune, right? The first manifestation was a current in space. The metaphor I must use may convey nothing to your mind. All I can say is that space was moving. That thing was moving. You will find these clues are a clue to much. I'm a foot says space was percolating. There we go. Percolating. Now, when space moves, it has this peculiar quality. Being frictionless, it never loses momentum, but continues to flow. Picture that in your head if you can. Now, when space moves, it has this peculiar quality. Being frictionless, it never loses momentum, but continues to flow. Written 100 years ago. And when we see movies about things that are out in space, what happens when the astronaut isn't attached to the spaceship? Like, he's probably just out of reach of it, but it'll probably, if he loses that contact, he'll never be able to reach it again. He'll just continue floating off into space because there's no friction, right? So if anything's going in one direction, it will continue to go in that direction unless something bumps into it. So she's saying here that space is moving, and because it's frictionless, it never loses momentum but continues to flow. When space moves, two forces are at work. A, the force which causes it to move, being the desire of space for momentum. B, the force which had hitherto caused it not to move, being the desire of space for inertia. So she says, just to sum it up, when space moves, two forces are at work: momentum and inertia. What is momentum? The desire of space to move. What is inertia? The desire of space to not move. So we have two directions here: moving and not moving. These two factors are present in all motion, but the desire for movement, being stronger, overcomes the desire for inertia, and the desire for inertia continues as a check upon the movement. Therefore, the movement is pulled upon slightly. This is why there is no such thing as a straight line in the cosmos. All movement, therefore, has a slight curve in its projection. Therefore, eventually it returns to the spot whence it started and forms a spinning ring. See figure 1. What page are all these figures on? Don't tell me it's on the back of the book. No, I gotta see a picture. Pixar, it didn't happen. Is there a page that has all of the images? Okay, diagrams by CTL 213. Let's see. Page 213. Natural Sistar says 213. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, there's all the photos. I remember flipping through these and not understanding what I'm seeing. Okay, so figure 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what we just talked about, figure 1. All right, so let's look at figure 1. Figure 1 is ringed cosmos. Okay, so you guys remember that book by Gareth Knight? A Kabbalistic, what was it called? I'm looking at it, but I can't see it from here. A Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, I believe it was called, where he actually quoted this part of the book. The ring cosmos, the ring chaos, the currents of both rings, and then being organized into disks. But anyways, figure 1 is the ring going left to right, movement and inertia. The second picture is the ring going left to right, but also a ring going up and down. And it looks like there is a bit of a rippling caused by that. Thank you, Patchwork, A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. Okay, so the third shows a current formed by both. And the fourth picture is the discs. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so all movement, therefore, has a slight curve in its projection. Therefore, eventually, it returns to the spot whence it started and forms a spinning ring. Now, the prime movement is just a flowing of space that returns after long eons whence it started, and then renews its journey. This sets up a spinning belt of enormous circumference. This belt spins on one plane for immense eons of time, spins with a changeless spinning. But its tendency is to communicate its motion to the space about it, which leads more space to flow into the spinning. All this, remember, is metaphor. The spinning in one plane continues until the stresses which it generates evoke a new movement, and a second current in space is set up at right angles to the first. Makes me think of a black hole. I don't know about y'all. Makes me think of a black hole. The spinning in one plane continues until the stresses which it generates evoke a new movement, and a second current in space is set up at right angles to the first, and the same process is repeated. The spinning of planes of force may be conceived as resembling the rings of Saturn. Animali says, I've literally had meditations on this exact thing. Look, man, this solar eclipse, this eclipse season is bringing some very interesting waves, I'll say. B Fields sounds to me like the Ein Sof and Ein Sof are creation of the Sephirah. Exactly. Exactly. We have now two spinning planes, which at 2 points cut each other, and it is worthy of note that the second plane forms outside the first and is therefore larger in diameter. For countless eons, these planes spin at right angles to each other, and the whole of evolution turns upon the difference in size between the planes. When the larger has got up to the same speed as the smaller and older, it commences to attract one aspect of it, and the consequence being that the older circle is drawn towards the newer. Now, the first circle must be conceived of as having an upper and a lower surface. The upper surface of the outflowing arc may be conceived of as positive and the lower as negative, the reverse being the case in the inflowing arc. Likewise, with the second circle to arise. These circles are mutually attracting and repelling each other, so that you can conceive the upper surface of the outflowing arc of the first circle, being positive, rising up towards its corresponding aspect in the second circle, and the lower circle in the returning arc pressing downwards, so that you get a second movement imparted to the spinning disk. When this secondary movement has completed its first circuit and set up its steady revolution, the new cosmos is in being. That is the prime beginning of a cosmos expressed in the nearest approximate metaphor. The secondary spin of the first circuit is the ring past naught, and the circuit of the second formation is that sphere which sets a bound to chaos. On the outer sphere, there is a secondary derivation, and though a spinning circle of motion represents for that cosmos the prime stillness, the immobility in which it is rooted, it is the thrust block of the force of the cosmos, that which resists, which alone enables momentum to be achieved, and you may call it the ring chaos, the prime evil. Listen, the prime evil. You ever heard the word prime evil, primordial chaos? I would have loved to hear Bobby talk about this particular portion. Perhaps we can do it for him, or maybe we can channel him through. Peace, Mo B. Welcome, and thank you. Hazard Pie says they spin and vibrate so fast they make matter. Absolutely. So you may call it the ring chaos. You may call it the ring chaos, the prime evil. It is evolved from the reaction of the. Oh, and by the way, she uses the word evil here. If you recall from the earlier chapters of this book, The Mystical Kabbalah, she mentions the different types of evil, and it goes beyond human behavior. In fact, humans aren't even in the picture at this point, but she's calling this evil. So how can this be evil? It isn't evil in the way that you know of. It's not evil as in somebody cutting up kids and eating, what was the conspiracy? Pineal glands, was it where the adrenochrome, that's it. It's not that. The evil that is being talked about here is resistance, right? Resistance. The evil that's being talked about here is opposition, inertia. It is evolved from the reaction of the prime force in order to take its thrust. It spins at right angles to the prime spin. It counteracts it. It was the attraction of the ring chaos inducing a secondary spin in the ring cosmos, which forms the ring past knot. Peace, Matthew Watson, page 22. Now that movement in the ring cosmos, spinning in one plane and rotating while it spins as if upon an axis. Do you have that image in your head right now, by the way? You got one spinning left and right, one spinning up and down, right? And guess what? You look at this, you look at the one spinning left and right like a CD, like a disc, like a DVD, and one spinning up and down, right? Now check this out. They've been spinning for eternity, and they're causing all the space around them to spin into them, right? Now, not only that, the whole contraption itself is starting to spin. It's starting to rotate like on an axis, right? So you got three sets of movement. One left and right, one up and down, and it's rotating, and it's rotating. Check. So now that movement in the ring cosmos, spinning in one plane and rotating while it spins as if upon its axis, sets the bounds beyond which the creatures of that universe cannot pass, even in thought. Whoa. See, this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about for a long time, but haven't really been able to. This is that whole concept of universe A, universe B that Bobby Hemmett was touching on. I think a lot of people don't talk about it because it's not an easy thing to articulate. But notice what was said here. When we talk about this universe A, universe B thing, we're talking about a place that is totally outside of all that we know. Let me read this one more time. Now that movement in the ring cosmos, spinning in one plane and rotating while it spins as if upon its axis, sets the bounds beyond which the creatures of that universe cannot pass, even in thought. But this universe is a sphere encircled by two lines of force, the ring cosmos and the ring chaos, rotating at right angles to each other. The momentum of the ring cosmos is the source of force from which evolution draws its momentum, and the rotation of the ring chaos is the source of force from which dissolution draws its power. Evolution is a thrust from the surface towards the center. Devolution or dissolution is a suction into outer space. Evolution is a thrust from the surface towards the center, so it's going inward. Devolution or dissolution is a suction into outer space. The ring chaos does not belong to the universe it encircles, but to outer space. That is an important point in connection with it. The ring cosmos has its desires turned towards the sphere it encircles. The ring chaos has its desires turned towards the space that encircles it. So we're talking about the difference between the ring cosmos and the ring chaos. Let's go back to 213 in case you might need a visual one more time. Okay, so the one going left to right, that's the ring cosmos. Left to right, that's that ring cosmos. Up and down, that's the ring chaos. You see that? So left and right is the ring cosmos, up and down is the ring chaos. Not only are they spinning in their direction, but they're also rotating. All right, let's keep going. Oh, what page am I on? There we go. 22. So, the ring chaos, which is the up and down, does not belong to the universe it encircles, but to outer space. That is an important point in connection with it. The ring cosmos, left and right, has its desires turned towards the sphere it encircles. The ring chaos, up and down, has its desires turned towards the space that encircles it. The ring cosmos, left and right, seeks to extend the center. The ring chaos, up and down, seeks to expand the circumference. The ring cosmos, left and right, tends to solidify by contraction. The ring chaos, up and down, the ring chaos to return to the unmanifest whence it arose, and therefore, if its influence were unchecked, to reduce the universe it encircles to nothingness. The ring cosmos, left and right, if its influence were unchecked, would be static in the immediate present. These two influences are the source of all the force in the cosmos. The ring cosmos, because it concretes, builds up, left and right. The ring chaos, up and down, because it diffuses, never grows. 100 years ago, by the way. And also to mention, this is above and beyond the tree. We didn't even get to the tree yet. As somebody mentioned earlier, we're talking more about the Ein Sof, Ein Sofar. And I'm grateful because now I have an even better visual of that aspect. WT says, and look at what she calls them. Oh, and by the way, since you just said that, looking at what she calls them, the ring cosmos, left and right, look at the way our galaxy looks. Look at the way our galaxy looks, man. They didn't have no Hubble telescope back then. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't have a giant ass camera to send out to space to look at how the galaxy looks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 100 years ago, I don't think we had them computer generated photographs. I don't know. Let's continue. Now, these two rings we will call good and evil. Wow. So right there, that's what good and evil actually is. Nothing to do with people. Nothing to do with your ideas about society. Nothing to do with a man with horns on his head and red skin. Nothing to do with a white man with a long beard and a throne with long robes. This is bigger than that. Way bigger than that. Now these two rings we will call good and evil, life and death, light and darkness, spirit and matter, being and not being, God and devil, because each of these potencies has its root in its respective ring. But let it be clearly conceived that the ring good and the ring evil are not good and evil as you understand them, but merely spinning circles of force at right angles to each other, and therefore in opposition. And it is merely the angle of the first to arise which is called good, and the angle in opposition to the prime plane is called evil. And it might well be that in another cosmos, the first plane would begin to spin at another angle. The angle of your evil, it would still be good to its cosmos, because good and evil do not depend upon any plane or angle, but are simply relative to each other. That's the true definition of good and evil. That one is 90 degrees perpendicular to the other. That's it. That's it. And even still, it depends on your personal perspective. Let's keep going. The first force to arise is called good because from it arises the line of force called evolution. All subsequent secondary forces are measured by that standard. And by the way, to run it back, we're talking about the number two here. We're talking about the number two. The number one, remember what she said? Was that space was moving in a particular direction with no friction to stop it. Remember she said that? So picture this. Force space is moving in a straight line. But because of dealing with inertia and momentum, there's a slight pull, there's a tiny pull on force. So as it's projecting outward, it's slightly curving, ever so slightly. And if you just fast forward, that slight curve comes back around to a circle. So this whole thing is about, just to take it back, because I know that if we just kind of read this too fast, it's just words. But the zero is the unmanifest. It's something that we cannot even put into language, because if we could, it wouldn't be it. So the zero is the unmanifest. Then we get to the one. The one is the fact that, how did she put it? She said the unmanifest is the only unity. Manifestation begins when duality occurs. The prime duality is space and movement. The first manifestation, I might as well highlight it. See, even I missed it. I'm just running it back so that we can really make sense of this and digest it, so that it's not just light reading for fun, for funsies. The first manifestation was a current in space. The unmanifest is the only unity. The first manifestation was a current in space. So what's happening is that that current in space is moving in whatever direction. It doesn't matter because it's the only current. But as it continues in a straight line, there's a slight pull. There's a slight pull. And she said that that was inertia. There's momentum that's causing the line to move in the first place, and there's a slight pull. These are two facts, right? Now, because that momentum is having a slight pull, it eventually curves around all the way back to a circle. And that continues, and that continues, and that continues for an eternity, eons, much longer than hell, humanity has even been, much longer than everything. That circle continues for so long, the space around it begins to move, because that force is connected with itself. It's made a current, it's made a loop, it's made some kind of weird donut tube disc thing. And it's been happening for so long, and space has been going in that direction for so long, that there was a second spin, a secondary spin. Let's go back to where she talked about that. Now, the prime movement is just a flowing of space that returns after long eons whence it was started. And then it renews its journey, right? That's the circle being completed. This is on page 20 if you wanted to go back yourself. This belt spins on one plane for immense eons of time. Changeless spinning. But its tendency is to communicate, let me highlight that. Its tendency is to communicate its motion to the space about it, which leads to more space to flow in the spinning. And she says, of course, remember, this is all a metaphor. So the spinning of one plane continues until the stresses which it generates evoke a new movement. And what I can imagine is that's if you have space and there's an infinite ocean of nothingness, and in the very center of that infinite ocean is a stirring and a spinning in one direction. Now, if within that circle that's spinning in one direction, right? The circle that's spinning in one direction, round and round and round and round and round. Imagine zooming out into all of space is spinning in that direction. Eventually, there's a word for it about how physics starts to change when things get bigger. And physics also start to break down when things get way too small. But I can imagine space being so large that eventually that turn starts to invoke a completely opposite turn, right? That 90-degree angle. There's a word for it. If anybody's like a science nerd, there's like a a level where physics kind of change when the size is extremely big. In any case, we got those two spins. And those two spins happen around each other. That's where we are so far. And then there's a relationship between those two spins. They begin to complement each other. They begin to counteract each other, but they're still in perfect harmony. The older spin, the one that's been happening the longest, that initial movement, that first spin, we're just calling that good, simply because it is the essence of evolution. The 90-degree angle spin, we are calling that evil, simply because it's the essence of dissolution or non-existence, of de-evolution. Okay, so we're all caught up. We just kind of went back over briefly what was talked about so far. This is that primordial stuff. This is that primeval stuff. And I want you to keep in mind that human beings have a tendency to start putting personalities on these things. As we go through this book, perhaps pay attention to yourself and to see at what point does your brain try to force you to put a personality on some of these abstract concepts. That would be very helpful to know about yourself. Because one thing about the human mind is that we try so hard to force a certain type of meaning on things where it might not necessarily belong, simply because we want it to make sense. But just pay attention to yourself if you find yourself doing that. Okay, let's keep going now that we're caught up. Good and evil. So, these long sentences, boy. I'm looking for the period. Shit, I gotta start at the beginning. Okay. But let it be clearly conceived that the ring good and the ring evil are not good and evil as you understand them, but merely spinning circles of force at right angles to each other, and therefore in opposition. And it is merely the angle of the first to arise, which is called good, and the angle in opposition to the prime plane is called evil. And it might well be that in another cosmos, the first plane would begin to spin at another angle. The angle of your evil, it would still be good to its cosmos, because good and evil do not depend upon any plane or angle, but are simply relative to each other. The first force to arise is called good because from it arises the line of force called evolution. It's the ring cosmos. All subsequent secondary forces are measured by that standard. You're going to dream about this tonight. Insofar as they move in the same angle, they are reckoned to be good. Insofar as they approach to a right angle, they are reckoned to be in opposition and are called evil. Evil is simply that which is moving in the opposite direction to evolution. Evil is that which approaches the plane of movement of the ring chaos and therefore tends to revert to the unmanifest. All evil that builds up with the universe is attracted towards the ring chaos and is self-destroyed. It is self-destroyed because the very name evil means a force which tends to non-existence. A force which tends to non-existence. Think about this left-hand path. Right? Think about this left-hand path. What direction is the left-hand path going? Separation from the tree itself. Consider. So you can conceive of evil under two aspects. That which enables you to lock up the forces of good by opposition and so secure stability, a foothold. Evil enables you to get a purchase on space. B. Evil, if allowed to function unopposed, is the scavenger of the gods. Therefore said the Great One, our master, resist not evil. When you resist evil, you lock up good. You lock up the force of good which holds the evil inert. This serves no useful purpose, unless you have a superabundance of good which shall stand upon the platform thus formed and leap up from it to gather height to greater heights. Therefore, it is not enough to meet hate with love or to meet evil with good. This is the course of the ignorant, and the reason why exoteric religion has made so little impression in the world. You must hate with hate sufficiently to cause a locking up of the force. Woo! Bet you never heard that one before. You must hate with hate sufficiently to cause a locking up of the force. You must hate the hate. And having rendered evil inert by opposition, the love can take its stand upon the firm platform and use it as a thrust block. I like that. I like that. Stuffed Dog says, get you a piece of evil ass. Glory! Evil is good. Interesting, huh? You must hate with hate sufficiently to cause a locking up of the force. Therefore, you only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work, when you wish to make something new. You never oppose the evil when you wish to destroy. You make a vacuum around it. You prevent opposition from touching it. I promise you ain't never heard this before. Unless you're like Stuffed Dog and you already read this. I promise you ain't heard this before. Something strange for a piece of change. Stuffed Dog says 3 lefts does make a right. Indeed. Stray Panther says fight evil with a different kind of evil. And hey, perhaps this hasn't become a human cliche because that's where the power is, right? Because that's where the power is. Don't Spawn get stuff done? Don't the Punisher get stuff done? Somebody else name me an anti-hero. Name me a hero that fights evil with evil. Stuffed Dog says Batman. Okay, Batman was the first on my mind, but okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Starline says Kratos. Okay. Maria del Consuelo says is the main character in Lucifer. Stuffed Dog says some may say the Joker. Evil is good. Prince Cthulhu says Beerus. Hey, Amafoot says Venom. Venom. Okay. All right, so we get the concept, right? We get the concept. Therefore, you only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work. You only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work, when you wish to make something new. And that would make sense because the two opposites coming together give birth to a third. You never oppose evil when you wish to destroy. You make a vacuum around it. You prevent opposition from touching it. Lasange Decote says, what's the name of Nicolas Cage's Flaming Skull character? That's a good one. Yes, that's, damn, what is his name? Ghost Rider. Stray Panther says, Lobo. Yeah. Deadpool. Michael Myers in Halloween. Christina Smith says, the Guy in the Glass movie. All right, all right. Ro Rockin says Machiavelli. Straight Panther says Vegeta. How the hell did we miss Vegeta? I was thinking Frieza, but he didn't get good until way later. All right, let's stay on task. Then, being unopposed, It is free to follow the law of its own nature, which is to join the motion of the ring chaos. Ah, let evil do what it does so it can dissolve itself. Oh, that's a great one right there. Jay Baldtail says Dexter. Stuff Dog says, what about all the slasher killers like Jason who fought against teenage delinquency? Mm. Well, let me finish this before I jump to any conclusions, because we're dealing with something sensitive, right? Because it challenges established beliefs. Let's get through it before I jump to any kind of conclusion here. Matthew Watson says David from Prometheus. Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, one more time. Therefore, you only oppose evil when you wish to do constructive work, when you wish to make something new. You never oppose evil when you wish to destroy. You make a vacuum around it. You prevent opposition from touching it. Wow. Then, being unopposed, it is free to follow the law of its own nature, which is to join the motion of the ring chaos. It therefore passes out to the periphery of the universe until it meets the ring of the ring past not, which it cannot get through. But it has gone to a place of such primitive simplicity that it is resolved into its own elements, and these elements are drawn into the attraction of the nearest motion, which is the nature of the ring cosmos, which is the nature of good. Hot damn. Listen, is she somebody who knows the occult, tell me about what she's describing here. Legend X says the Emperor from Star Wars. Yeah, especially if you understand the old school canon, right? Because honestly, the Emperor Palpatine was trying to build an army to fight against an even greater threat than him that was on the way. Palpatine and Darth Vader and all that, he was trying to build up an army to oppose the Yuuzhan Vong, which was so brutal, they had to restart the entire storyline and give it to Disney. Yes, you're absolutely right, Stuffed Dog. She's talking about the clip off. So look at what she says. Evil, the destiny of evil is the clip off. And we already know that. But look at how she framed this. Evil is already on its way to being thrown into the abyss and repurposed into the clip off. I love the way that she broke that down. Then, being unopposed, it is free to follow the law of its own nature, which is to join the motion of the ring chaos. That's the up and down. It therefore passes out to the periphery of the universe. That's where the clip off is. And see, it's so weird talking about the clip off online because there's a lot of people who think they understand it but don't. When I don't understand something fully, I try to tread carefully so I can slowly learn and get a solid understanding. The clip off is called the shell because it is the outside layer. And that should be obvious, right? It's the shell because it's the outside layer. In any case, it's not some hell space with a bunch of demons. See, so people just took Christianity and made it extra spooky. The periphery of the universe until it meets the spin of the ring past not, which it cannot get through. It cannot get through it, but it has gone to a place of such primitive simplicity, broken down, that it is resolved into its own elements. And these elements are drawn into the attraction of the nearest motion, literally recycled, which is the nature of the ring cosmos, which is the nature of good. Prince Cthulhu says, interesting, according to Flat Earth info, we're enclosed in a firmament, must be to contain the evil. Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, it is the evil that combines with the good to make this firmament. And whether we believe the firmament is around the earth itself or around the entire universe, same shit, right? Same shit. Interesting. Legend X says, see, ancient Egyptians viewed the universe as chaos and order instead of good and evil. Lasanish Decode says the gunas returning to themselves. Yeah. Even better than saying the elements, because even at the heart of the elements are the gunas. Well said. Gerald Sombright, peace. He's still in it. Still living it. We living this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong. Therefore, evil, when unopposed, resolves itself into the undifferentiated raw material of existence. The undifferentiated raw material of existence. The first form of manifestation. So hell, the clip-off was the first, but only because, right? And isn't that what is said? That the tree itself is built out of the material of the clip-off. It ceases to be organized. It ceases to have qualities. Now we're back to the gunas. It starts afresh at the beginning, transmuted through neutrality into good. It is the spin of these two rings which gives the influences that play upon creation. Okay, now I'm really seeing that image of a black hole that they always use, where you see the circle going this way, but also a circle going 90 degrees across it. It's almost as if creation is inside of this, of one flow, but once creation stops being useful, it's pushed to the outside, and then it's broken down and reduced, and then it is caught up back into that original flow and repurposed into something else. It's like a self-maintaining, recycling thing. IDKDKDF says, so is the tree of life essentially inside the clip-off? Absolutely. Now, here's the thing though. It's weird how you look at it. You can either see it as, you can see it from both angles. The same way that you can see Kether on the outside enclosing Malkuth, or you can see Malkuth enclosing Kether, right? The same way that you can see your soul being inside your body, or you can see your body inside your soul. You can make a case for both. But the thing to take away and understand is that there is a relationship between the two, an outer and an inner. Which is less important than understanding that there is a relationship. Let's keep going. Jet Jaguar, how was your vacation? How's your vacation? How's your trip? Maxwell Alali says, so does one have to go through the clip-off to travel up the tree of life? You already went through the clip-off. The clip-off has already happened. It's already happened, and it's yet to happen for some folks. Let's continue. So it is the spin of these two rings which give the influences that play upon creation. You are now in a position to know why the mystery of evil is the secret of the initiates. Because when you understand evil, it is exceedingly useful. Listen, see that line right there is for somebody with a certain spiritual maturity. Somebody brand new can't come in here with that line. They can't come in here and digest that line. See, I told y'all, all that occult stuff, Baphomet, is evil. They said, let evil be evil, y'all. We gotta fight back. This is the secret of the initiates. Because when you understand evil, it is exceedingly useful. But the undisciplined man, if he knew the usefulness of goodness of evil, if he knew the usefulness and goodness of evil, would use it dynamically on the positive side of its manifestation. not statically by availing himself of its negative qualities, as does the initiate. You see, it is a matter of geometry. That is why numbers are so important. And remember, numbers in occultism refer to the degrees of angles. The degrees of the numbers of the white occultism are marked in the ring cosmos, left and right. The degrees of the numbers of evil are marked in the ring chaos, up and down. Always think of the number in referring to the degree of an angle of two intersecting lines of force. And remember that when you operate on more than one plane, you get the angles of the intersecting of the planes. You will have more instruction about that. Every plane has three rings, like the cosmos. Also, you can get intersections between different types of movement, like time and space. These things will be studied later. Sheesh. Alden says the Lord of the Rings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Makes me wonder when we talk about this cult of Saturn. I wonder if it's not actually a cult of Saturn, but an understanding of the science of the beyond. Blauville says kind of like how shadow work isn't about integrating our evil, but accepting the role of unwanted traits and integrating them. Is the clip off the shadow work of the tree? Absolutely, the clip off could be considered the subconscious mind of the tree, the subconscious mind of the subconscious, the unconscious of the collective. Absolutely. Then Sanity says, not even gonna lie to you. The discernment I've been gifted with tells me that this is forbidden knowledge that leads one to believe that they have more say than Jesus Christ. That's why I asked. You are absolutely right. This is forbidden to you, and I don't think that you should be here any longer, or else you might get in trouble. I don't know if you're going to listen to your intuition and leave, or if you are going to defy your intuition and possibly learn more than what you've been programmed to know. I'll leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to the discernment you've been gifted with. Your discernment told you that this is forbidden, yet you still here. Man, you might be asking for a spanking. Cruising for a bruising, Lynn. Let's keep going. She is cruising for a bruising. Jesus gonna show up with that whip. Lynn, I don't know if you ever read the Bible, but you remember that chapter where Jesus showed up with that whip? Yeah. Let me see you whip it. Give me just a minute. Cause we both are here to have good fun. So let it whip. Yeah. Let it whip, baby. I'd whip it right. I'd whip it, baby. Whip it all night. Both are here to have good fun. So let it whip. That's you and Jesus. That's you and Jesus. All right. That was a this is an awesome book and I love it. Let's keep going. Keep it going. Let it whip. Fortnite just came out with an emote using the Let It Whip song. I've been using the hell out of it. Just let it whip, whip it, baby. All right. Number 2, the first Trinity. Y'all all right? Y'all feeling good? Y'all doing good? Y'all all right? Are we digesting? Is the subconscious mind percolating? Does this paint a picture for us that, helps to kind of organize some of the info? How we doing? We both are here to have good fun, so let it whip. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go. Number 2, the first Trinity. Good, good, good. We're going to talk about one of my favorite spheres. That would be Bina. Bina. Natural Sister says the whip woke me up. Yeah, I remember a few times that happened to me as well. I need to make a Travis Mace's side song playlist. I'm gonna have some R. Kelly on there. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Oh, you didn't have to deliver Lynn to the timeout. You have to deliver Lynn to the Lord for timeout. She was just listening. All right. Chapter 2, the first Trinity. You have found, no doubt, that the teaching is abstruse and unfamiliar. Believe me, it is more difficult to give than to receive. For that which is described so greatly transcends the condition upon which language has been built up, that the very images have to be built in your consciousness before they can be evoked by any spoken word. Mm, 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 mm. That's one key principle of this kind of information. You have to be able to see it with your third eye before you can communicate with it. You have to have it built in the mind before you can communicate it. Rockin says 81 likes tonight. Good job, y'all. Yeah, I second that. Good job, everybody. Thank you. So, for that which is described so greatly for that which is described so greatly transcends the condition upon which language has been built up, that the very images have to be built in your consciousness before they can be evoked by any certain word. You have to conceive of the cosmos in its primal aspect as consisting of 3 spinning movements. All that is nothing but movement. Movement in space, pure movement. For the prime movement, which gives rise to all that is, commences before there is anything to move. The cosmos then is bounded by that movement, which is called the ring pass not. But besides the ring pass not, there are movements in 2 directions. There are the ring cosmos and chaos, good and evil. And they are the sources of the forces which are known to you by these names. But though these forces influence that which is within the ring pass not, they cannot pass beyond it. So once again, you got those three rings, the one going left and right, the one going up and down, and together they are rotating. So that creates a third ring, which makes a perfect circle, right? And it is that perfect circle that is the actual barrier. You can even say it's the actual firmament. Nothing inside of existence will ever escape that ring. You have to conceive of the cosmos in its primal aspect, right? So that's why we're talking about those original three movements. Now, these three rings are the three primaries of the cosmos. The first Trinity, that is why the Supreme Being is always conceived of as a Trinity, and three is the fundamental number. Look at that. The Supreme Being is always conceived of as a Trinity. This is why. The three rings are the three primaries of the cosmos. The first Trinity, that is why the Supreme Being is always conceived of as a Trinity. And three is the fundamental number. Everything in the end is reducible to these three instances. Now, this is sounding very much like the gunas, very much like the gunas in the Vedic information. A, the force of the ring cosmos which tends toward the center. B, the force of the ring chaos which tends toward outer space. And C, the force of the ring pass not which holds the balance between them and prevents either of these forces from going to extremes. So there we have it right there. She's talking about the three gunas, or the entity that's channeling through her is talking about the three gunas. Stray Panther says Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Exactly. Right? So if y'all were here during the time where we were going through the Vedic information, which was, quite a long period, this would be Rajas. The ring cosmos, that would be the Rajasic force. The ring chaos, of course, that's going to be the Tamasic force, no question. And then she's talking about the force of the ring Pasnat. It holds the balance. That's Sattva. That's the Sattvic. So if anybody here has been doing Tattva Shuddhi for years at this point, if any of y'all are some of the ones who've been continuing doing Tattva Shuddhi, perhaps that during your visualization of expanding beyond the elements, you may have seen this already. You may have seen this in your own way. I know that I have for certain. Interesting. Patrick says mercy, severity, equilibrium. Exactly. IDKDKDF says everything she's saying you can overlay with other cosmology. Right, and that should be a marker of the fact that it is true. Blaville says the vibe of this info reminds me of the Sefer Yetzirah. Yeah. I almost considered reading that one, but I don't think that's going to be I don't think so. Maybe in a year or two. Maybe we can work towards that. So, the three forces. If you know the Vedic info, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. If not, just understand that she's talking about the ring cosmos, which is toward evolution, the ring chaos, which is toward de-evolution, and the ring Pasnat, which is the stabilizer, the balancer. Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. The ring Pasnat however, is derived from the ring cosmos and therefore partakes of its nature rather than that of the ring chaos. So the ring pass not, the third ring, it's derived from the ring cosmos, the first, and therefore partakes of its nature rather than that of the ring chaos. The ring chaos must always be thought of as having its affinity with the outer space of the unmanifest and a tendency to return to unmanifestation. It looks toward the past and ever seeks the conditions of the past. That's important. That's important for my Kabbalists because I want you to also think about how if you're someone who focuses most of their work on the left-hand path, right? You focus most of your work on the clip-off and stuff, you'll notice that the symbology is extremely abstract, moving toward the alien, right? Isn't the whole H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu type stuff, isn't it not only alien, but also primordial? Like the whole essence of that vibe is supposed to be like before mankind, before life on Earth as we know it, with these entities that come from the beyond. That is the cliphotic energy. It's an attraction towards that. There's a reason why those symbols are used. Great old ones. Thank you, Stuff Dog. It looks toward the past and ever seeks the conditions of the past, right? Always going back, looking for ancient spiritual practices or ancient religions, ancient deities. The ring cosmos endeavors to focus, as the ring chaos endeavors to diffuse. The tendency of the ring cosmos is toward the future. The ring chaos can never build anything, because whatever forces it may originate diffuse, unconfined into outer space. But the ring cosmos, in conjunction with the ring pass not, conserves its forces. For the forces which the ring cosmos radiated into that space within its circumference cannot pass out again because they are confined by the influences of the ring pass not. Therefore, they act and interact among themselves, producing ever greater and greater elaboration of influences. It also makes me think about Star Wars when you think about the Sith. They're most definitely looking into the past for their power, looking into the uncharted territory, or at least I would say presently uncharted. Whereas you can see the Jedi focused on building a future, an established future for everyone to be happy. So, let us now turn to the point in time when the ring pass not had completed its first revolution around the cosmos and the cosmos is in being. Any form of force, when it has reached the maximum momentum of its type of movement, gives rise to the secondary movements which serve to carry off the excess of force which it is generating. For force begets force when moving under frictionless conditions. The prime activity is movement. The secondary activity is light. The third activity is sound. Interesting. Sound, light. Okay, so just to stop right there and to look at the tatwas, the 5 elements, makes me think, because if she says the third activity is sound, I'm seeing the fifth chakra, right? The fifth chakra. Fifth chakra is the Akash Tatwa, and the uh, activity of this is sound, vibration. So the earth element is smell, the water element is taste, the fire element is sight, the air element is touch, and as I just mentioned, the Akash element is sound. So that's five chakras right there. Oops, that's five chakras. So if she says what comes after sound is light, that would be the third eye. Makes sense. So then the crown chakra, which would be that prime activity, would be movement. There's a correspondence right there. The movement of the ring cosmos sets up secondary swirls within the area of its influence. Its tendency is to draw more and more space into its spin. It cannot extend itself externally because it is limited by the sphere of the ring chaos. It therefore extends itself internally so that the spinning belt finally becomes a spinning disc with the center immobile. Again, think about a black hole and how it pulls things into its center. What if we're not given complete information about a black hole? What if you can't actually get sucked into a black hole? And what if what's in a black hole can't actually leave? What if in the study of a black hole, they're actually studying different universes altogether? Interesting. Why would it matter? Like, why would someone lie about that? Well, if there is a deeply instilled fear of black holes, you would never dream of approaching one, right? You'd never astral project to a black hole because you'd be too afraid to get sucked into it. IDK says, what if we're already within a black hole? I mean, absolutely we are. From what she's describing to me, it sounds like a black hole. They say that there's a black hole at the center of our galaxy. But what if that center was actually the enclosure? Or what if it's all just code for something else? Let's keep going. 1111. Thank you, Kevin Wise. See, somebody remembered. Appreciate that. With 111 viewers. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so now we're going to look at image 4, 5, and 6. And 7. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Artemis in Theory says, wonder why mystery schools would advise not to astral project black holes. Well, when I said that, I was referencing to NASA and the people who control the science that comes out, not secret societies. I would say that scientific organizations and the powers that be would dissuade anyone with fantasies of projecting into a black hole, because perhaps you could pull some real information from that. So here's the diagrams 5, 6, and 7, where she's showing the ring pass knot. Because remember, the ring, what is it? The ring construction? Ring cosmos, that's it. The ring cosmos going left and right. The ring chaos going up and down. And now the ring pass knot going around. Right, so we got that. That's figure number 5. When she says figure number 5, that's just the whole thing. Figure number 6. She's talking about the rays and the 7 planets. Okay, so I see 7 rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 7 planets, I guess this would be the orbits. And then figure 7, she's talking about tangential angles. All right. So those are the visuals. Let's see what she's writing about. Thank you, Patchwork. Appreciate you. Patrick says, what if a black hole is a manifestation of Doth? And perhaps that's why it's somewhat blanked out on this diagram. And Amala, you started getting these downloads early. Sheesh. So, the movement of the ring cosmos sets up secondary swirls within the area of its influence. Its tendency is to draw more and more space into its spin. It cannot extend itself externally because it is limited by the sphere of the ring chaos. It therefore extends itself internally, so that the spinning belt finally becomes a spinning disc with the center immobile. So it's pulling more and more space into itself, and it's being influenced by a force of spin going around, a force of spin going up and down, and a force of spin rotating. So it's literally getting force pushed into it from all directions, and some being pulled out. So it's causing different shapes and different patterns to form, to the point that the very center of this becomes immobile, right? All that movement happening at different angles is causing the very core, the very center of this to be still and motionless. Okay, I think now we're starting to describe the manifest dimension. Let's see where we're going with this. Stuff Dog says this seems like it would create an equilibrium. Sounds like the formation of gravity. Yeah. The spinning disc being rotated by the secondary movement, which is the ring pass knot, becomes the spinning sphere. The interaction of the two forms of movement is naturally neutralizing. Consequently, there is a breakup of the simple movement of the disc into a series of compromises. The chief point of activity ceases to be the circumference and becomes the center. Although the ring cosmos and the ring chaos and the ring pass knot each continue on one plane and spin in their own place, the synthesis of their movements give rise to a series of revolving radii, and these radii are called rays. The synthesis of their movements give rise to a series of revolving radii. You must conceive of them as a series of spinning rings linking center to circumference, right? So a series of spinning rings linking the center to the circumference. And C, A, the influence of the ring chaos up and down in the force which causes the outgoing current to flow towards the periphery. B, the influence of the ring cosmos in the force which causes the current to flow towards the center. And C, the center of the synthesis of all the forces and the balancing of them. It will be perceived, then, that upon the cosmic plane, the rays give rise to the central sun. Ah, to the rays that link the center to the circumference, right? These are adding different patterns and different stresses, as she puts. Now we're dealing with a concrete center that's still, that's not moving like the outer rings. We have now arrived at a point when, in addition to the three great primaries, which are strictly external to the cosmos they have generated, we have a purely cosmic movement, the movement of the flowing rays, the rays that flow out and return. Now, these rays, these circular rays, which are reflected back from the ring past knot, right? So it goes out and is bounced back. These rays must be thought of in pairs, each one being in special association with its opposite number, so that the true movement is the figure 8, the outgoing flow being above in one half of the circle and below in the opposite half. Herein is a very deep truth, closely related to practical occultism. The principle of rhythm, for those of you who know the Kabbalion. Let me check that diagram one more time. She described that was figure 6. Let's see. So as everything is spinning left, right, up and down, and rotating, there's a connecting line from the center to the outside. It flows to the outside and comes back in. So it's almost like as the spin is happening, there's specific patterns of energy that are bouncing back and forth from the center to the periphery, causing a pattern to happen. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Pastor Pi, thanks for answering, but I was enjoying to see how much they were going to get worked up. These new movements set up stresses among themselves, which give rise to a series of concentric rings of movement, so that the cosmos, becomes divided up into segments of influence. Ah, now tell me, what are we talking about here? Right, so that the cosmos becomes divided up into segments of influence. The movements of the spinning rays and the concentric circles are known as the great secondaries. What are we talking about here? There are 12 rays and 7 concentric circles. Now she's talking about the formation of specific patterns of energy. Specific patterns. Oh, snap. There's that 3-body problem thing again. I noticed people, I think it was you, Sunshine Shake, that asked about it the other day. Okay, all right. There are 12 rays and 7 concentric circles. Within the segments are set up the movements which are known as tangentials. The nearest analogy to these is the Brownian movement of atoms, the intersecting of the rings and the rays giving rise to angles. And the sharp tangential movement, thus occasioned, introduces a new factor into the cosmos. You can now perceive that we have studied 3 types of movement, All right, check this out. The interaction of the primal rings, boom. The interaction of the secondary rays and circles, boom. The tangential movements occasioned by the opposition of the angles and secondaries. So we got these rings of good and evil and harmony. Then we've got 12 specific rays. We know those as the zodiac. And 7 specific, what you call them? Circles. We know those as the planets. And check out these tangential angles. And this is pretty much force being bounced off of one specific, you could say, planet, right? Because notice each of these tangential angles, they're bouncing off of one of the other, circle. Interesting. Oh no, is it over so soon? I swear it did not feel like 3 hours. Like, I always say that, but this time really did not feel like 3 hours. This one was so dope. This only felt like maybe an hour and a half. But definitely not 3. Wish you would find your chill. Lord knows shit get real. In these tangential movements, the lines of force are continually crossing each other's paths, being confined to small segments of the cosmos. Where they cross the vortex is set up by the opposing influences, modifying each other's actions. There, instead of proceeding in the slight curves, which give rise to enormous circles, they are deflected into a new movement and gyrating about each other to become relatively static. Thus, setting up a composite unit, two forces which no longer are influenced independently by the attractions of greater forces, but are influenced together. Thus are atoms formed. Boom. So y'all thought she was talking about the universe. Nah, she talking about atoms. Thus are atoms formed. Two intersecting forces setting up a vortex and gyrating about each other instead of circling the limits of the cosmos. And by the way, this is channeled information that she's, spitting out like hot fire. And there's people in the room writing this down frantically. Anna Molly says she didn't even know they would use tangential gravitational pull to predict Uranus. It pulls the inner planets out of alignment such a small amount, but measurable. That's how they found the things outside of Pluto's orbit too. As above, so below. God bless America. Stuffed Dog says, isn't that the same thing? Yes, it is. I was being facetious. I think that Jet Jaguar is actually there. He can give us a play-by-play report of what's happening in this book. He's actually there. He can give us a play-by-play. Jet Jaguar, I'd like to know what the ring past knot looks like. I know that I'm told I can't escape it, but I'm often stubborn about these kind of things. And before I spend the rest of my life trying to figure a way out of the ring past knot, let me know what you see. Okay. I have described. Wait, do we finish that paragraph? Yeah, I have described the formation of the prime atom. These atoms, acting as units, likewise perceive the attraction of the units about them and begin to move in their turn. And the same process occurs again. Atoms in movement meet and gyrate, and so the process is continued. The tendency of the composite atoms is to travel towards the periphery, and of the simple atoms to remain near the center. It is thus that the planes of cosmic matter are developed. Hmm. So these atoms acting as units likewise perceive the attraction of the units about them and begin to move in their turn. And the same process occurs again. Atoms in movement meet and gyrate, and so the process is continued. The tendency of the composite atoms is to travel towards the periphery, and the tendency of the simple atoms is to remain near the center. It is thus that the planes of cosmic matter are developed. So that, to recapitulate, we have 1. The primary movement of the rings. 2. The secondary movement of the rays. 3. The tertiary movement of the tangentials within the segments. 4. The quaternary movements of the vortices. 5. The quintuple movement of the composite atoms. You will meet these numbers again. 1 refers to the absolute. 2 refers to the manifest. 3 refers to evolution. 4 refers to form. 5 refers to life. Goodness gracious. Man, I feel like I could do 3 more chapters, to be honest. But I understand it is getting a little bit late. It's getting a little bit late, and I did say we'd go to chapter 3, but I'm not feeling as tired as I usually would after 3 hours. Like, I feel wide awake. Man, how y'all doing? How y'all feeling? How are y'all liking this? You know, I gotta check in with you every chapter or so just to make sure. See who's awake, see who's paying attention, see who's learning something, see who's still excited. I know some of y'all, maybe floated off to see what the latest Diddy gossip is, to check in on Cheek Mills and the Diddler. But for those of you stuck around, let me know what's up with it. Got to love it. Got to love it. Richard Tracy says, outstanding book selection. Feeling one more. I can go for another chapter for sure. Okay. J Baldale says, let's go. Lasange Dakota says, I have to go now. Good night, Lasange. Thank you for being here. Prince Cthulhu says this book is stirring the imagination for sure. Yeah, just like with magical practice, like going back to the fundamentals can do nothing but help you on the more complex levels, because everything complex is built up the simple stuff. So let's visit the simple stuff and break it down. Cool beans. Cool beans. All right, cool. Let me check on my son to make sure that he's entertained and happy and whatnot. I'll be right back, and we will go through chapter 3, the building of an atom. Maybe get some more creamer for this coffee. BRB. The Empire. See, I played it smart. I just got him a new game just before the live stream, so that way he'd be occupied at least for 3 hours. Have water. All right, just a second here. I'm gonna refill this coffee. What's up? Hmm?
I thought you wanted to talk about food.
Huh?
I thought you wanted to talk about food.
Over where?
Here.
I don't remember saying that.
You said, I heard you say something.
Hey, one of those things.
What?
Huh?
I don't know what you, I didn't know what you said.
Oh, I just said I wanted to be the green. I like the green one.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
All right. Back again for the first time. Back again for the first time. Chapter 3. Jay Baldale says the Stranger Things synth is hidden. You know, I've never seen a single episode of that show. Natural says star. Well, hopefully we can help you to have some excellent subconscious discoveries. I think we will. You've had a long day of occult study. It usually transfers into the dream realm just as easy as you breathe your breath and blink your eyes slowly and drift off, thinking about the day. It's easy to do that. Chapter 3, the building of the atom. You have had described to you the types of movement which make up the cosmos, the primary rings, the rays, and the secondary circles. Now these are the basis of a cosmos, and their influences are the underlying influences of that cosmos. Their evolution it is which make the great cycles the days and nights of manifestation. A day being the time when an aspect of the cosmos is within what you would call the positive area of the magnetic field generated by the spinning rings, and the night when it is in the negative area. There's a figure 14. We went from figure 7 to figure 14. Golly. Okay, so here's figure 14. It'll be so much better if you actually have a copy of this book. So what's it say? A and B is fixed relationship. Okay, I see that. A and B is fixed relationship out here in the outer ring. B through C is varying relationship. C through D, etc., etc. All right. Red, synthetic or positive phase. Black, analytical or negative phase. Okay, well, she'll get more into it. Let's also take a look at figure 8. Sheesh, all right. This is figure 8. Up and across, prime. All right. We'll let you do the breaking down. Misfortune. Richard Tracy says, what are the other 3 dots doing in figure 14? I'm gonna keep it real with you. All I saw was circles, dots, and words. I'm gonna wait for the reading of this chapter to understand what I was looking at. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna tell you just like this. All right. Where's my other pen? There it is. So, by a knowledge of these cosmic tides, the illuminated may avail himself of their forces. Hence the power of a knowledge of the numbers of the secret calendar. These then are the primary influences. They may be thought of as the framework of the cosmos. The tangential forces within the segments of their interaction set up vortices, and these vortices are the primal atoms. You may perceive that in the building of an atom, the same laws are at work as enabled the ring cosmos and the ring chaos to build the cosmos. It is the law of the opposing forces which produce stability. The opposing forces having produced atoms, the atoms themselves becoming forces because they move in their turn, and so different types of tangential reactions occur. Movements influenced by more than one attraction. So that from the simple right-angled movement produced by a single opposing force, vortices are described of a polyhedronal shape. You can see the material form of such a reaction in the different types of crystals to which they give rise upon your plane. So that's why certain crystals look the way that they do. Being some of the most basic and simple forms of life on this planet. So that you will get atoms, the tangential path of whose components forces can be anything from a 3-sided figure upwards. You must realize clearly that the primal atom consists of 2 opposing movements which gyrate about each other. These are simply vortices, but the vortices can move through space as a water spout can move over the ocean. And these vortices can be induced to assume a secondary movement. It is these secondary movements which I refer to as being of an angular path. So you will get the different types of atom, which is merely a spinning to the spinning atom, which moves in a triangle, the type which makes a square, the type which describes a five-sided figure and a six-sided figure. All right, let me slow down just a minute because I need to make sure I understand what I'm reading. So to run it back just a little bit, she says, the opposing forces having produced atoms, right, I understand that. The atoms themselves have become forces because they move in their turn. So different types of tangential reactions occur. Movements influenced by more than one attraction. So that from the simple right-angled movement produced by a single opposing force, vortices are described of a polyhedronal type. You can see the material form of such reaction in the different types of crystals to which they give rise upon your plane. So that you will get atoms, the tangential path of whose component forces can be anything from a three-sided figure upwards. Figure 11. Okay, so this one is figure 11. Ah, okay. So, depending on which plane, right? So look, she's talking about the tangential paths. Notice how they're bouncing. One's bouncing all the way down here to this inner circle. One's bouncing out here to this medium circle. One's bouncing out here to this outer circle, right? These are the tangential paths. Depending on which circle it's bouncing off of is going to determine its quality. So here's a cross section of that same circle. We can say that one motion that bounces off of this layer can be perceived as a three-sided figure. One layer that bounces off of this angle would be a four-sided figure. One that bounces off of this angle would be a five-sided figure, six-sided figure, seven-sided figure, eight-sided figure, nine-sided figure. All right, so that's what we're getting with the tangential aspect. Okay. So sometimes you just got to run it back to make sure that you understand everything. Number 3 is the prime. Number 9 is a simple. Number 4 is a composite. Okay, let's keep going. So just remember what was said at the very beginning of this, everybody. Even though I am stopping to try to logically digest, I'm also not forgetting this. These images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. And it's page 33. Let's keep going. Because we're about to understand this, at least on a subconscious level. I feel like this came just in time and it's going to help me with my manifestation. Not so much with what to think, but more along the lines of how to move my imagination. Not what to imagine, but how to move it. Oh man, this is cool. Okay, so you must realize clearly that the primal atom consisting of two opposing movements which gyrate about each other. These are simply vortices, all right? So just the two opposing movements, that's just a vortice, right? That's just a How do you describe a vortice? Almost like a point in space which something else can revolve around, right? So it's a potentiality. It has its own gravity, right? So you must realize clearly that the primal atom consists of two opposing movements which gyrate about each other. These are simply vortices, but the vortices can move through space as a water spout can move over the ocean. Okay, now I get it. So you know about a water spout. Think about a water spout. See, before I was thinking of water spouting out. No, a water spout is all. Does anybody know what that is? That's almost like a. You know how when water goes down the drain in your bathtub? A water spout is like when that naturally occurs in the ocean somewhere. That's a vortice. And it kind of just moves and glides across the ocean. Have you ever seen that? Anna Molly says like a tornado shape. Yes. Matthew Watson says wormholes. Yes. Okay. So yeah, here we are. Thank you all. Richard Tracy says funnel-shaped column of cloud-filled wind rotating over a body of water. Lance Benefield says water tornado. All right, we're on the same page. You must realize clearly that the primal atom consists of two opposing movements which gyrate about each other. These are simply vortices. Simply vortices. But the vortices can move through space as a water spout can move over the ocean. And these vortices can be induced to assume a secondary movement. It is these secondary movements which I refer to as being of an angular path. Okay, nice. So those vortices moving through space can be induced to assume a secondary movement. So you will get the different types of atom, which is merely a spinning to the spinning atom, which moves in a triangle. Ah, right. Okay, so it moves in a triangle. The type which makes a square, right? There's a type that moves in 3, a type that moves in 4, the type that describes a 5-sided figure, and a 6-sided figure. Cool. Now I get it. These atoms attract each other and can draw together and adhere to each other by means of what, metaphorically speaking, I will call the facets of their orbits. Thereby they can form alliances among themselves. Okay, so some that are moving in certain patterns attract others that move in those same patterns. There's triangle vortices, there's square vortices, there's pentagon-shaped vortices, etc. Thus, different types of atoms arise in the cosmos and begin to gather themselves together into composite bodies. Each composite body, as it increases in size, increases also its power of attraction, so that the tendency of the cosmos is to aggregation, and the aggregates form adjustments among themselves, so that new forces arise periodically. These we shall consider in their turn. You will perceive that we have now described, in addition to the great ring forces of the cosmos, the formation of an infinite number of minute centers of stability of varying types, and the continued organization of the reactions among these centers. You will perceive that great phases would be gone through in the course of this evolution. For each new force that arose had to radiate throughout the entire cosmos until turned back in its course by the ring past not. And it would only be after it had returned from whence it arose and so completed its circle that it would become a constant influence with the cosmos. Okay, so far, she's talking about these forces forming vortices, and they can be likened in their movement through space to how a water spout moves over the surface of the water, right? That water tornado that you all graciously corrected me about. So as that's moving, it's moving in a certain pattern. Some are moving in a triangle shaped pattern, or we can say in a pattern of 3. Some are moving in a pattern of 4. Some are moving in a pattern of 5, 6, 7, etc. What we're seeing is different types of movement of these vortices. And the movement of these vortices through space, they're attracting others that are moving in the same way, because hell, there's only so many types that can be. So as these types are created, they aggregate together, they accumulate together, and they move in one direction until they bounce off of the barrier, until they bounce off of the ring pass knot, then they come back to the starting point. So they reach one complete rotation, one complete travel from the starting point to the end of the cosmos and back. And it's only when they do that do they become a constant influence within the cosmos, right? So not simply existing, but existing and making the run, right? Making the consistent existence all the way, making the distance, we can say. Within the limits of the rays and the circles, the newly built atoms would cannon and rebound for eons before any coordination would be induced among them. But as chance would govern the occurrence of 2 or more moving parallel to each other, where this occurred, their forces would reinforce each other and draw yet more into the orbit of their activity, so that the mere rebound would give place to the ordered recurrence of influences, and therefore to definite paths. So, with these particular forces of movement accumulating and attracting others of the same type, it gets bigger, it gets stronger, and it gets faster, and it becomes more solid. More solid. There are already worked out in the cosmos the great lines of force, which we call the rays. And the currents of the rays would gradually influence the great oceans of rebounding atoms to flow in their track, so that gradually the uncoordinated forces are coordinated into the great tides of the cosmos, and through meeting their own tangential action, move also with the great tides. Let's see figure 13. See if that sheds any light on that. Figure 13 gets its own page. Check that out. This is page 216 for those who have the book. Evolution of a solar system or miniature cosmos in the cosmos. Okay, and remember, each of these levels we could say is a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, a 8, a 9, or a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they're flowing outward in their path until they reach the end of the boundary and they make their way back. But in doing so, it seems as if they create their own little universe. I'm sure she'll explain that a little bit more. I remember seeing those diagrams before and thinking to myself, a lot like some of these bots that show up in the chat. What is this? What is she doing? Get me out of here. Jesus loves you. I remember thinking that first seeing these diagrams. Words, pages. What's going on here? I don't understand. Is that a book? Unicorn? Oh. Whoa. Y'all can't be real with that. Okay. What's happening? What's up, Louie? It's been a minute. Been a minute. Last I saw you, we were being apprenticed to magic. All right, so let's work this out. Let's work this out. Where was I? Oh, yeah, figure 13. So there are already worked out in the cosmos the great lines of force which we call the rays. And the currents of the rays would gradually influence the great oceans of rebounding atoms to flow in their track. So that gradually the uncoordinated forces are coordinated into the great tides of the cosmos. And through meeting their own tangential action, move also with the great tides. Damn, boy, she's breaking down why the things that we study are the way that they are. Like, I already know that she's talking about, or at least she's getting to the planets and, the different astrological influences. But the fact that they exist, like, she's breaking down why they exist. And it started with just, that's why in Dion Fortune, in Mystical Kabbalah, she said that if she could reduce God down to one word, she would say that God is pressure. Does anybody remember when she said that in Mystical Kabbalah? God is pressure. It makes sense now because she spoke about the first manifestation is simply movement. Now what we're talking about is movement being condensed within itself. Matter of fact, bro, let's go back to the Handbook for a New Paradigm. What's that sentence that he keeps repeating? He keeps talking about thought reflected back upon itself. I think Jay Baldale said earlier, it's kind of crazy how these books are corresponding together. Very interesting. Very interesting. I am now going to put before you a concept which may seem strange to you, but which is the basis of much in practical occultism. At the beginning of these teachings, I said to you, space moved. Whenever a movement has occurred in space, the flowing action thus set up remains. Whenever a movement has occurred in space, the flowing action thus set up remains. Space, when set in motion, never stops flowing because it is frictionless. A force has been generated which remains. This force may be blended with other forces, so that, for all practical purposes, it ceases to be a separate unit. Yet it still retains its original character, and could you analyze the unit of which it forms a part, you would find it there intact. Remember this point. Space set in motion flows forever. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Thus, supposing, metaphorically speaking, you move your pen across the paper 1 inch, she's tapping into the future. Thus, metaphorically speaking, you move your pen across the paper 1 inch. That movement would give rise to a current in space which would flow in its positive form in one aspect of the movement and return in its negative form in the other aspect. That would mean, and whosoever could discern that movement in space could discern the action which gave rise to it. Ah. So when you see a certain motion, if you know how to read it, you can tell where it came from. How do I know who hexed me? This is the basis of memory. And this is the reason that it is easier to repeat a move. Oh, man. Also, going back to the handbook of for New Paradigm, think about what he said about having to create and do something new that hasn't been done yet. This is the basis of memory, and this is the reason that it is easier to repeat a movement which has been performed before, and the more often it has been performed, the easier is the repetition. This might also be the basis of the phrase, there's nothing new under the sun, eh? The reason that it is easier to repeat a movement which has been performed before, and the more often it has been performed, the easier is the repetition, because the momentum of space is cumulative and will avail to carry the movement in its current. You will find this explains much. See, I called them etheric patterns a couple years ago. I might as well highlight that whole thing. This is the basis of memory. Hazard Pi says the universe has muscle memory. Absolutely. That, again, that's why humans come out looking the way that we do. That's why elephants come out looking the way they do. That's why oak trees come out looking like oak trees. That's why we have to do a certain type of action to get a certain kind of results. It just keeps repeating over and over, all these different patterns. If that ain't muscle memory, and hell, maybe that's why we continue to reincarnate. Oh boy. Oh girl. MC Maestro, peace and welcome. We already made reference to the Android 18 squirting diesel fuel. Framestar Film says fire particles refracted through particles of air, water, earth, through particles of all the subtle levels of matter and antimatter, as above, so below. So perhaps that would be an explanation for the tot was within the tot was fire of air, fire of water, earth of water, etc. You have had spread before you a cosmos which arose out of space through movement, and which is movement and nothing else. You have seen how the stresses of forces generated by these movements have given rise to an infinite number of vortices, built upon exactly the same principle as the great vortex, which is the cosmos. Because the same laws hold good upon every scale of manifestation, being laws of relationship. You will then see that relationship occurs between the new centers of force thus built, and they tend to form new cosmoi among themselves, built upon the same principles. Dances of atoms give rise to new rings cosmos, and the story begins again. But these new universes, as they are called, while they have the same laws as the cosmos before described, are also influenced by that framework of the cosmos which was built before they began. And you will find that this law holds good throughout all manifestation. Dang, see, I want to keep going so I can get like more complex. Because I want to see like how this blends into the larger universe. Prince Cthulhu says, so it was more of a gradual thrust instead of a big bang. I think we'll have to ask Prakriti how Purusha handled business. Or, as Dion Fortune said, you can tell by the end result what the initial stroke was like. All right, y'all. All right. This is going to be the last one. This is going to be the last one. This is going to be the last one. It's 1212, Isis. We're going to do one more, 1212. And then we're going to kind of wrap up session 1. This is really good. This is really good. All right. Let's get to it. That man said, so it was more of a gradual thrust instead of a big bang. I'm very happy that the likes have certainly risen. They've gone up. That's awesome. All right, let's go. Let's go. The motion in the ocean. And God moved upon the waters. Man. God moved upon the waters. Chapter 4, The Evolution of the Atom. We will recapitulate the teaching in relation to the rays, the circles, and the vortices. The rays and the circles are part of the primary movement of the cosmos. These, together with the rings, remain constant in the cosmos and are referred to as the cosmic currents. Okay, so those rays and those circles are part of the primary movement of the cosmos. These, together with the rings, remain constant in the cosmos and are referred to as the cosmic currents. So listen, these cosmic currents, we might have to go through mystical Kabbalah again to read about, to see where she references this, but she's talking about the rings. Remember the ring cosmos, which is good, the ring chaos, which is evil, and the ring pass not, which is the harmony. Those are the rings. We got the rays, which are concentrated forces of energy bouncing all the way out to the perimeter and back to the circle, right? We've got the circles, which we could say are graduated levels from simplicity to complexity. None of that will change. All that is the standard machinery of the universe. The standard machinery of the universe. The rays, the circles, and the rings. The rings are like the Ein Sof, R. initial movement, the barrier, the rays and the circles. We could even see them as the paths and the sephiroth of the tree. But there's another factor. She says that the vortices are of another nature. The primary movements are circular. The vortices start as straight movements, which, encountering opposition, assume a secondary circular movement. There is therefore always a pair of forces concerned in the creation of the primal atom, and this fundamental duality extends into all combinations of which the atom is the base. Let's check out figure 8 real quick. An organism says, I just liked and subscribed. This is interesting and very different from other lives. The way you're connecting various concepts together. Welcome, welcome. Everybody who speaks this language don't understand it. I can tell you that for sure. Who can love you like me? Nobody. Figure 8. That's the first one up there in the left-hand corner, prime. Moving upwards, right? So she's talking about these vortices. It's moving in one direction, but then it encounters another force. And because of that, now it begins in a spiral. So at first it was moving up, but because of that force going to the right, it's causing it to spiral a bit, right? So that's why it looks like this. Let's see what else she has to say. So, the vortices are of another nature. The primary movements are circular, and the vortices start as straight movements which, encountering opposition, assume a secondary circular motion. There is therefore always a pair of forces concerned in the creation of the primal atom, and this fundamental duality extends into all combinations of which the atom is the base. Pray to Jesus for a hobby. Shoot, whoever that is, they got to know. They got to be well versed. They attend every live stream. They got to be well versed. Might need to sit down with them for an interview. You will observe that whenever a particular sequence or series of units occur in the rhythmical functioning of a movement, that this series acts as the conditioning frame of whatever subsequent elaborations and combinations may be built up upon that foundation. Okay, let me go back. You will observe that whenever a particular sequence or series of units occur in the rhythmical functioning of a movement, right? They're moving together in rhythm. This series acts as the conditioning frame of whatever subsequent elaborations and combinations may be built up upon that foundation. So they serve as the building block for future manifestations. For instance, supposing a prime movement of an atom to be a three-sided tangential, A to B, B to C, and C back to A. Whatever secondary movements may arise, and remember this, that movement in a straight line is never maintained after the original impulse dies away. I'll need to think of a safe for work example. Conflicting forces reduce it to a modification of the primal circular, so that the atom which in its movement originally pursued a triangular course, will finally arrive at a movement consisting of 3 spirals arranged in a triangle. Each spiral movement will be executed under the conditions governing the AB segment, then the BC segment, then the CA segment. Therefore, if you knew what the influences were, you would know the nature of the primary movement underlying the spiral, which appears only to the superficial observer. This is the principle underlying astrology, and this is the reason why the science of numbers plays an important part in all practical applications of cosmic principles. Are you starting to compare this now to astrology? And how astrology isn't just floating rocks that tell us what's going to happen, but more of being able to track the movement of these vortices and translating the effect of that movement in our day-to-day lives. The prime movement of an atom is a vortex, nothing else, a mere spinning around a core of motionless vacuum. It's almost like these vortices capture a piece of the stillness of the center and surround it in like this shell of movement, like an egg. Maybe that's what it means that all things have the life force inside of it, right? Maybe that life force that's inside of all things is that little piece of stillness from the center. Ay, ay, ay. The atom you have seen described is not a prime atom, but an elaborate and complex structure. It is only when the prime atoms combine together that such secondary movements are set up. WT says, and those eggs captured are our zodiac. Yeah. WT says we're little moments in time. Now, an atom, which is of a triangular structure, can form units with as many other atoms as it has facets. When each facet has become attached to an atom, the group is complete and has attained a state of equilibrium of stress within itself. It can no longer grow by accretion, but must act as a unit, and can only enter into association with other units of like type whose angles of stress are similar. Uh-oh. The prime atom, as I have said, is a simple vortex, and the composite atoms of different types arise according to the number of tangential angles into which the circumstances of counter influences may draw the vortices. The vortices, be it noted, first arise in the angles where the rays converge upon the central stillness. It is the close juxtaposition of forces which set up the secondary currents. Therefore, in the sphere which surrounds the central stillness, See? Therefore, in the sphere which surrounds the central stillness are to be found the primal atoms. These, however, soon take on the secondary tangential movement and thus form alliances among themselves, as before described. As you have already been told, in addition to the movement of the rays, there is the movement of the circles about the central sun. This movement gives rise to centrifugal action, and the atoms tend to swing out towards the periphery. The more complex the atom, the more strongly will it feel the centrifugal action. So that you will find that the circles contain atoms of gradually increasing complexity as they succeed one another. Anomaly. Well, hey, you have the sword for a reason, right? I trust that you know how to use it. That's the same thing as coming in here promoting Jesus, ain't it? Even though in the beginning of this book, she clearly talks about her coming into an experience with Jesus. But I digress. These atoms, arising in the angles of the rays, when they feel the influence of the centrifugal force, go out along the line of a ray. Each atom then has in itself forces of two rays, which set up the primal vortex, and then goes out along the path of one of these rays. Evolution upon the cosmic planes may first be observed as the gradual filling of the circle of space with atoms, infinite eons passing in the process. Thus, the prime atoms occupy circle 1. The prime atoms occupy circle 1, the first form of composites. Circle 2. Combinations of these composites. Circle 3. And so on. Now, these types of matter, which we may call them, are thus spread in concentric spheres throughout the cosmos, out to the limit of the ring past not, going out along the lines of the rays, so that while the first circle contains only atoms of its own type, each succeeding circle has in its atom interatomic movements representative of each of the inner circles, the construction of the outermost atoms being very elaborate. One thing that comes to mind is those diagrams of the tree of life that are actually in concentric circles. Have y'all seen that before? Have you seen that before, where it shows the tree of life with Malkuth in the center, Yesod as a ring around that, Hod as a ring around that, Netzach as a ring around that? And the premise is that the outer circle contains everything that's inside of the circle. So Yesod contains Malkuth. Hod contains Yesod and Malkuth, etc., etc. That's one of that is an early version of the tree of life, or the concept of the tree of life, I'll say. And it would also make sense as to why you could say that Kether contains all the other trees, all the other Sephira, all the other spheres. I do have a picture of it, but I don't remember what book it's in. Actually, I think it's in. I don't know what page it's on. Patrick says a geocentric map, right? Absolutely. With Earth at the center. Okay, so when the atoms reach the outermost sphere, a fresh force sets in. They have encountered the opposition of the ring past knot. I may say in parentheses that the atoms of each plane form units among themselves by aggregation. Thus, an atom, shall we say, of the third plane or circle. Ah, so she's talking about the planes, gotcha. The third plane or circle, they are the same thing. In other words, circle is usually reserved for the cosmic. Forms union by means of its facets. Anything from a triangular figure upwards of its aggregate atoms, in exactly the same way as previously described in regard to the primal atoms. Therefore, the atoms in the outermost circle are an exceedingly complex system of movements within movements. Having gone out from the central stillness with the centrifugal force, they are now rebuffed by the ring past knot, and owing to the rebuff, return with a spiral movement. This it is which lends its peculiar formation to the rays. Having reached the center, they then speed outwards with a straight centrifugal motion along the line of the opposite ray to the one which they entered the center, to return again in the same way, but at a slightly different angle, which will cause them upon the next outgoing path to follow the next ray to the preceding next one. And so they work their way around the circle. So say this is the center of the circle, they're being bounced like this, right? They're gradually moving and passing through the center, going from one end to the next. So not only are they going from the center to the outside and back, but they're also going across to the other side of the circle at a slight angle. So as time passes, they're literally touching every point within the universe. Anna Molly says, so the further out you go, the more messy it gets. Yeah. Hazard Pie says, why do the atoms that are alike group together? What causes this? What is the sorting force? If I'm not mistaken, it's when she described the fact that when the first combination happens of, say, the threes, when that happens and that travels through space, it kind of carves out a groove in space. And as it continues and more force follows in its footsteps, so to speak, it fits easier into that pattern. So it's almost like as it travels forward, it leaves a path and a mold that its predecessors and antecessors can follow. Now, as you have already been told, each movement in space continues as a movement. Therefore, every influence that plays upon these atoms is registered in the reaction of stresses within their structure, so that each atom returns to the central stillness infinitely more complex after each journey, each ray intersecting the circles at a different angle, causes the atom traveling upon its path to experience different influences on its journey. Therefore, the final complexity of these atoms, when the complete circuit has been described, though it is capable of mathematical expression, cannot be conveyed by the finite intellect. But could you grasp the geometry of these planes? Could you know their numerical calculus? You would hold the key to the universe. these structures are still referred to as atoms, not as in the case of chemistry, but on the hypothesis that they cannot be resolved into any simpler structure, being homogeneous, but on the basis that, though composite, when once formed, they cannot be resolved at all, but are permanent units, little sparks of life force, becoming concrete things. All right, this is the last page, last run of tonight's session. Holy shit, it's been 4.5 hours? Yo, how? How? MC Maestro says a great way to tell of a cultural renaissance is an upsurge geometric art. Well, I wonder what you would call our current state with the art that is available to us now. It will thus be seen that the flowing out of the atoms to the circumference and the return to the circle marks a phase of evolution of the cosmos. And the completion of the circuit of the rays by an atom marks a phase of evolution of that atom. When it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. And when all the atoms evolved have completed the circuit, and the evolution of atoms upon such a tide is limited, because after a certain proportion of force has taken up a tangential form, a state of equilibrium is reached within the cosmos. Whoa. When it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. Imagine, maybe the point of reincarnation is to experience all the forces that the cosmos can offer us. So it will thus be seen that the flowing out of the atoms to the circumference and their return to the circle marks a phase of evolution of the cosmos, and the completion of the circuit of the rays by an atom marks a phase of evolution of that atom. When it has completed this circuit, it has experienced all the forces that the cosmos can offer it. And when all the atoms evolved have completed the circuit, and the evolution of atoms upon such a tide is limited, because after a certain proportion of force has taken up a tangential form, a state of equilibrium is reached within the cosmos. Evolution proceeds from the first movement to a state of uncompensated force until equilibrium is reached. This is the completion of an evolution, a state of equilibrium, and therefore a relative stillness. Just like certain force pieces or atoms or whatever aggregate and congregate with others just like it, I feel that perhaps certain individuals are on the verge of their own evolution, and perhaps we're kind of aggregated together, grouped together to experience this thing. you will observe that we have now described three phases of cosmic evolution. The development of the rings was the first phase. They gave rise to each other and acted and reacted on each other till a state of equilibrium was reached. Then, though they were static in relation to each other, that is to say, though in constant movement within themselves, they maintain their relationship constant toward each other and must continue ever so to do, since there is nothing to disturb them. The vortices set up by the movements, however, give rise to secondary movements, the rays and the circles, and these, starting upon their respective courses, developed them until they also became static in relation to each other. And a second stage of evolution was passed through. These likewise, in their turn, gave rise to the tertial move, which built the atoms. It will thus be seen that a phase of development is succeeded by a phase of equilibrium, during which that which has been developed is maintained, but nothing becomes. Its status is unchanged. These stages may be known to you under the names of the days and nights of Brahma, the day of evolution, the night of static balance, and then the overcoming of one set of forces by another, which causes the balance slowly to dip into manifestation again. The equilibrium is then over, and new forces are set going. These forces are based upon the relationships of the units previously built up and are influenced by these prime determinants, the rings, the rays, and the circles. Within these limits, and subject to the nature of the units upon which they act, they form fresh combinations, permutations, and rhythms of action and reaction until the new forces have found their equilibrium. And in their utmost completion and development, when the final combination has been achieved, they again become static in the cosmic balance until such period as the balance may again be overset. The oversetting of balance is due to the same forces as set up the primal rings. The fact that movement generated movement and sets up a sphere of swirl outside its own path. That is why, though every fresh set of forces set in movement must attain to a final equilibrium determined by the factors of their natures, such an equilibrium being only a maintaining of position of movements relative one to another, being therefore a relative stillness, must always overbalance and fly out into a new phase of evolution, because it is a cosmos and built of movement. Movement generates movement. And especially considering that in her channel, movement is God, and we know that creation begets creation, life begets life, love begets love. So when we think about God and God is love, our simple finite minds think about making sure that we're safe and taking care of us and showing us kindness and affection. But this love and this God, it's extremely more not even complex. It's the definition is more expansive than that. It's not just human affection and being nice. Movement begets movement. That is good. That is love. The love is the movement. That's it. There's no humans and there's no humanity at this stage. So there's nothing about character and personality and none of that. It's literally movement that begets movement. And the evil is the anti-movement. The evil is the anti-move, the movement at a perpendicular angle that leads to dissolving, that leads to breaking down to its basic core principal elements, only to be repurposed into movement again. She explained the very beginning. The very beginning. Pop 1 says, a girl rejected me. What should I do? You should give up on this pursuit and focus on yourself. I want to read that first line one more time. I think I'll open and close with this line. What does she say here in the beginning? She said these images are designed to train the mind, not inform it. Sheesh. Movement generates movement. And there we have it. There we have it, folks. That is the first set. I mean, to be honest, there's enough energy and momentum here with this book. Like, we could probably knock out half of it. But I think some of y'all are starting to fall asleep, which is understandable, right? We've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, believe it or not. Yeah. Because she really doesn't get to manifest reality until about halfway through. Look, page 89, and she still ain't even on manifest reality yet. I don't know if I want to wait till next Saturday. Oh man, nah, this is a really good one. To be really honest, like I haven't felt this way in a while. Still playing Rayman? What's that? Huh? Kirby? Dang. Vernisha Jagan says everything she says about this primordial movement sounds similar to Spandan as described in Kashmir Shaivism. You're absolutely right. I would agree with you, and I'd say that you are that is an astute assessment that you made there. Astute assessment. I would agree with you. I agree with you. I'm gonna tell you just like this. I'm gonna tell you just like this. Jeez Louise. What to do, what to do. Anna Molly says, I'm still awake. My head is full of ideas. Could go either way. Your Truth says, I feel like a baby who has been thrown into deep water and naturally starts swimming. You all right, Johnny? Hungry? Want one of those cake bites? You want the lemon one or the other one? I think there's only one of each. So you can get one. Hey, take that. Yeah. Throw that away. Huh? What? Boy, it is 12:51. I don't think you need that. All right. All right. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm gonna take just like this. Shoot, that dog probably has to go out to pee. All right. I think we got time for one more. My son seems like he's doing all right. Which one you get? Ah, good choice. You got the lemon. That means I get the other one. The other one's still in there, right? All right, here we go. Chapter 5, the genesis of a solar system. The genesis of a solar system. Uno más. Uno más. Oops. Unicorn pen said, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. You keep pointing. How are you, puppy? Ain't about to pee or nothing, are you? Okay. Chapter 5, the genesis of a solar system. You have got, I think, a clear concept of what has been called the framework of the cosmos, the rings, the rays, and the circles. Hey, guess what? All of you, especially the ones who were here from chapter 1, you have got a clear concept of what is called the framework of the cosmos, right? Right? Good. I'm glad we all agree. The rings, the rays, and the circles. These, having long since completed their evolution, have settled down to a static condition. The only change which occurs being that of the ring cosmos passing through the positive and negative spheres of influences 4 to the cycle. These make great phases. The phase when the constructive influence is intensified, and the phase when the destructive influence is intensified. The circles and the rays flow steadily in their orbits, but when the positive phase is in being, the outgoing currents are speeded up. And when the negative phase is being, the incoming currents are speeded up. Let's check that out. Let's check that out. Jet Jaguar, make sure you go grab yourself a bottle of water and drink that thing to the end. Shout out to Anna Molly. So that was figure 14. Let's see what's happening with figure 14. All right, so we've seen this one before. Okay, so the red, that's the synthetic or the positive phase. I mean, this is in black and white, so we don't know which one's the red. And the black is the analytical or negative phase. Okay. MC Maestro says, can only imagine his periphery downloads. I realized yesterday that my dad did his Freemasonry rituals for me since he got none of it. Oh, wow. Well, shit, the same might be said for me too then. That's funny. Anna Molly says, wow, I wonder how many ancestors were planting seeds. I mean, wouldn't you do that for your loved ones? Subdog says, how many of us are the culmination of our whole ancestry's spiritual works? I even wonder if it works both ways, right? Perhaps some of us right here, right now, are putting in work for our dead and gone. Because as Dion Fortune said, the man who was not very smart in life doesn't get much smarter in death. So in a way, yeah, we would have to be the ones doing the work for them. I recall Bobby Hemmett mentioning something of that nature. This whole seed planting thing was a huge part of why I started doing my YouTube channel in the first place. That was the one that actually got me out of being shy and scared to get on the camera. Richard Tracy says it definitely does work both ways because our actions can affect the cosmic web retroactively. Stuffdog says, I think that also, Travis, we are in a sense the living God, and this is the level where the work happens. Yes, yes, I agree with that. MC Marshall says, creating a royal bloodline took a lot of higher plane work to set up a spiritual essence for centuries. Kind of makes you wonder, huh? And I imagine that it's a lot easier if you were to condition an entire nation to assist with that work. So the great rings, three in number, are the primal trinity, known to you as the absolute, though the implication of the word absolute is known to a few. That's another thing. So everything that she just described is damn near impossible to break down to, a world of smooth brains. So of course you have to turn that into mythology. Of course you have to turn that into some kind of poetic allegory, right? If anything, you could look at Genesis or the Bhagavad Gita or anything like any of the ancient texts and appreciate its massive undertaking and attempt to make the unexplainable explainable to very simple minds, right? To people who are just farmers and cowherds and shepherds and stuff like that. They're not studying anything. They're just trying to get by. The great rings, three in number, are the primal trinity, known to you as the absolute, though the implication of the word absolute is known to few. That is to say, the term absolute has been used by masters in teaching pupils without the pupils realizing its full import. Because there are three rings, the absolute is a triune force. These three operating together with an indissoluble interaction. indissoluble, not able to be dissolved. These three operating together with an indissoluble interaction are the three which are one, and the one which is three. Refer the terms of the Athanasian Creed to this trinity, and you will grasp the meaning of the initiate who dictated it. The absolute, Okay. The rays form together a complex system which will be referred to under the name zodiac. Ah. Hmm. So the rays form together a complex system which will be referred to under the name zodiac. The circles are the cosmic planes. The central sun is that point in space which would be reached in the line from the sun of your system. We're drawn to the star known as Alpha Centauri and then's projected. What? A specific star? 100 years ago? Alpha Centauri. I'll have to look up what direction that's in. You have seen how the atoms arise as vortices in the angles of the rays. How, in their simple form, they remain upon the first of the cosmic planes wherein they originated. When, however, they form alliances among themselves and become composite, their weight, metaphorically speaking, that is to say, their susceptibility to influences, is increased. And susceptibility to influences is all that weight is, esoterically. I can't skip on that one. I skipped a couple of them, but not that one. Yeah, yeah. The central sun is that point in space which would be reached if the line from the sun of your system were drawn to the star known as Alpha Centauri and thence projected. I'm going to look that up later. You have seen how the atoms arise as vortices in the angles of the rays. How, in their simple form, they remain upon the first of the cosmic planes wherein they originated. When, however, they form alliances among themselves and become composite, their weight, metaphorically speaking, that is to say, their susceptibility to influences is increased. And susceptibility to influences is all that weight is, esoterically. That fact forms the basis of levitation and flight through space. Cut off your influences and you can move freely. Mm, mm. When the atoms become composite, centrifugal forces drive them outwards, and finding the path of the flowing rays, they proceed by these as being the lines of least resistance. When they reach the next circle, they remain there, having found their level of gravity. Ooh, so they start in the center, right, as pure and simple. But once they start connecting with others of their same kind, they start becoming composite, right? And when they become composite, they start to become heavy, right? And as she said, heavy metaphorically speaking, which means they're being susceptible to the influences, and that's what their weight is. So as they become composite in the center, they become more susceptible to influences, and they're flung out of the center, and they continue moving outward until they reach their level of balance. So in a way, we could even imagine that, say, they start in Kether, right, as simple, but over time, as they start to become composite and line up with others who are like them, they're flung out. But they stop at the level that they resonate with. So it can start here, but if it's a Ahad Mercury type of energy, it'll be flung out, but gradually stop where it belongs, right? So So you see that? Okay, so when atoms become composite, centrifugal forces drive them outwards, and finding the path of the flowing rays, they proceed by these as being the lines of least resistance. When they reach the next circle, they remain there, having found their level of gravity. Then, presently, their composite atoms form associations and are again swung out by the path of a ray. Therefore, you will see that it is only when the extremely elaborate atoms of the seventh circle form alliances that they start back up the spiral to the central sun. You have heard how these atoms in their journeying process up and down the rays, for they are too highly evolved, too composite to be allowed to remain upon any plane. When an atom, however, has completed the circuit of the rays and seeks to start out again, it finds its place taken by the atoms of later development. It cannot enter that stress, for it is full, and it must therefore remain in the central stillness. No atom goes twice around the circuit. Therefore, the central stillness grows as evolution proceeds. And these atoms which have come home rest from their pilgrimage. And when the last atom has come home, the whole creation sinks to sleep, and the cosmic tides set inwards as the ring cosmos swings to its negative phase. Meanwhile, the rays flow and return, and the circles swing on their path, but the atoms stir not, though each within itself contains an infinitude of balanced movement. When, however, the ring cosmos passes into its new phase, fresh attractions flow toward the periphery. Now, the influence of the ring cosmos and the ring chaos must be clearly understood. When the influence of the ring chaos predominates, there is an unbalancing force. That is to say, the ring chaos is in its positive plane, and when the influence of the ring cosmos predominates, there is a compensating of force. It atones for the excessive force of chaos. Now, chaos calls outwards into space. We went over that, right? Cosmos balances and compensates until a static condition is produced. We have seen that the first phase of atomic evolution has concluded with all the atoms evolved to their utmost complexity, withdrawn from the outer circles and clustered round the central sun. The ring cosmos has done its work. Whoa, deja vu. All is balanced, static, and sleeps. But as the cycle revolves, the ring chaos has its turn, and it oversets the balance which has been achieved, and the most composite of the atoms feel first the centrifugal forces urging them, and yet again seek to come forth. So the great units come out once more down the lines of the rays, but they proceed, not now through empty space, for each circle is populated by these atoms of different degrees of complexity, whose relative specific gravity holds them at that distance from the central stillness. I'm just thinking a few things, like, for instance, think about that central sun and what she talked about as far as atoms being at a certain quality, flung away from the central sun and stopping at their point of harmony, of balance. Think about where we are. with our solar system, our sun, our Earth. Like the sun in itself has to have been of a certain vibration to stop where it is. And the Earth, I would say that the whole solar system is part of the sun, but the Earth specifically stopped where it has stopped from the sun. And then we have the living creatures on the planet. I don't know, it's just pretty interesting to think about this in terms that are bigger than just our small everyday lives, looking down at our phones all day long. Hmm. Whose relative specific gravity holds them at that distance from the central stillness. Anamali says, we ain't even stopped, love. We're falling around like the water funnel. That is true. That is true. We're all changing, but even as the book says, we're changing together. Like when she talked about the triangle shaped atoms moving together, even though they're all moving independently, they're still moving within their pattern. I guess that's how we are still here doing what we do. We're all evolving constantly and changing, but it's happening as a unit. I'm sure that time moving faster and faster has something to do with that. Hazard Pi says information like birds. Information. 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 So, whoa, slow down now. These composite organisms, finding themselves thus surrounded by inferior organisms, draw them about themselves by the force of their whirling revolution, and thus, as they progress outward, each becomes surrounded by a sphere of the matter of each plane, which it carries with it. Animali says we're held in local gravity of the Earth, the Sun, like nesting dolls, lol. Yeah, yeah. That's how I see it. All the planets are, we're still part of the Sun, but because we're kind of frozen in the place that we're frozen in, of course it all seems separate. I mean, honestly, we're all parts of the Earth, locked in a different radio station of time. Time is only moving like this from our perspective. And so is space. That's why everything seems like it's so far away. Anyways, now the great organisms which come forth are built up around the prime atoms of different tangential angles. And these, according to their numerical compositions, differ in size and also weight, and therefore find their appropriate born on different planes or circles, where they are held by their relative specific gravity. The rays can carry them no further. The first phase of atomic evolution was essentially concerned with the rays, but in the second going forth with the great organisms, the circles have their phases, and these great organisms do not go out and back, but revolve with the circles, each in its appointed track. Therefore, evolution has now built up, in addition to the primal statics, the rings, the rays, and the circles, two more sets of statics. The atoms, each in its plane according to type, that owing to their nature have settled down, having found their specific position, and the great organisms, which have also settled down, each to its radius of movement. The atoms move tangentially among themselves, and the great organisms revolve around the central sun, passing through the influence of the rays as they revolve. These, therefore, are relatively static, subject only to the cycling changes produced by the phases of the rings, and the influences of the rays as they pass through them. Ow. So there's a lot in that. But one image that floated through my mind is that, we talk about Pluto in Aquarius. Well, it's like the static body of Pluto has floated into the zone, into the ray of what we call Aquarius. So it's under the influence of the energy of those particular atoms going back and forth towards the edge of the universe and back. Or we could even say that those atoms are hitting Pluto at that angle and bouncing back to us at that angle. If you can catch that image, right? So let me go back to it. Maybe you get what I'm saying already, but let me look at this right quick. So we could even say it like this, like say that this is the zodiac and the 12 signs. This one in particular could be Aquarius, right? Now say that there's always little atoms bouncing out to the edge of the universe and back to us. And as long as nothing is obstructing it, we get a certain kind of influence upon our waking life. But say a planet moves into that position, you could even see that some atoms hit it and bounce back sooner, which would cause a different influence on the planet. And maybe some that have hit the edge don't make it back because they're being blocked by the planet. I could see that, right? Like, that would explain the different influences of the planets upon us. That's a whole new way of thinking about it. This book was written 100 years ago. I don't know, let me know if anybody else catches that image or what you think about it, or if you think that is, if you can dig it or not. So where were we? Judge Jaguar says, first I cracked this book when it came in the mail, and she said satellites 3 times, and I knew she don't know Bill Gates or Musk. I waited for this Saturday. I am the fool with love and joy. Nice. Kashiki said what came to mind first was a Kabbalistic image of an old man that's naked with the solar system at his groin area, and he is holding the zodiac at his chest with his head in the stars. Yeah, I know that image. Each of these great organisms can attract to itself as much of the matter of each plane that it passes through on its way out at the beginning of the second phase of its evolution as it can hold by the attraction of its mass, and it can pass out as far as the momentum of its mass can take it from the central sun. Therefore, its position is determined by the angles of the facets of the primal atom upon which it was built. Therefore, its position is determined by the angles of the facets of the primal atom upon which it was built. That is to say, if the vortex set up in the angle of the rays moved in a 3-sided path, it could go no further than the first plane beyond the central stillness. It would have to be a 10-sided figure to reach the 7th plane. You will thus see that each of these great organisms has for its key the number of the angles in the path of the original vortex which gives rise to it. This forms its limit and determines the circumference of its influence. This it is which determines its ring pass not. We have therefore developed a number of great organisms, which being exposed to the influence of the rings, the rays, and the circles, themselves develop upon similar lines. That is to say, each of these aggregates of atoms sort themselves out according to the nature of the atoms composing them. And these atoms, having developed under their prime influences, and having those influences established in their natures by the action and interaction they set up, form miniatures of the great cosmos. And these great organisms, these, that is to say, which are of the seventh plane, are known unto you as solar systems. That, in brief outline, is the history of the genesis of a solar system and of solar systems in general, of your own in particular. There are many other solar systems upon the seventh plane besides your own. Some of them are known to you as the stars, but the few you know are but an infinitesimal fraction of those, even of your own plane, which you do not know. And there are others upon other planes which are not perceptible to you in your present phase of evolution. You will perceive that each phase of evolution gives rise to a grand unity, which is a unit, though complex. First, the system of rings, which is the absolute. Then the system of the rays and circles, which is the cosmos. Then the cosmic atoms, according to their planes. Then the great organisms, which we will call the universes, also according to their planes. You have then, you see, the numerical series. If you will number them, you will see how the numbers run. The universes or solar systems are of the fourth cosmic phase of evolution. Now, these universes undergo internal evolution upon the same lines as the cosmos, and these phases of internal evolution continue until they also become static within themselves. And their composite atoms float into the central sun, each of its own system, and rest there. Vector Rise asks, is this book calming how the universe was born? Yes, it is very calming about how the universe was born. Then, when once again the influences of the ring chaos break up the cosmic balances, the great organisms developed in each solar system go forth and burst through the ring past knot of that solar system, and as satellites, there it is, circle around it. Whereupon the solar system, which underwent disintegration, starts once again a new phase of its evolution, whose units are the composite atoms evolved in its previous evolution, passes again through all the phases of evolution, and again flings off the star seed. I'm sure this word meant something a little different 100 years ago than the way people are using it today, huh? Meanwhile, these great organisms, which are first scattered, are repeating the process, each in its turn, so that the solar systems become, in their turn, cosmoi to those great organizations to which they give birth. And so this process, which I will call the stellar evolution, goes on until a static condition is reached among the great organisms and their progeny. And then the influences of the ring past knot coming into action. Remember, the ring past knot is the barrier which cannot be passed, hence the name past knot. And then the influences of the ring past knot coming into action, a great system is sent back to the central stillness to come again forth when the influences of the ring chaos call them out. Remember, the ring chaos is the influence that leads towards inertia and dissolution and de-evolution, evil. And such process continues until such time as the organization of the cosmos becomes so mighty in the force it has generated that it bursts the ring past not, and the great organisms rush forth into the unmanifest, and by their swirling movement gather space about them, and, in their turn, build new cosmoi. Such is the history of a cosmic evolution. Wow. Wow. So for the first time, that concept has been brought to mind. I see. So this barrier, this ring past knot, it's almost like a pressure cooker. The universe is like a pressure cooker. This tree of life is like a pressure cooker. All these forces gaining intensity, gaining pressure, such that everything explodes. The third eye of Shiva opening. Scattering life into the universe. Percolating. Oh, y'all could have left him alone. That boy is way out of his league. MC Maestro says by the time the sun explodes, humans would probably jump to a more appropriate solar system for their dharma. I'm quite positive the human would be extremely out of date by that time. Like, yeah. I think the human is about reached its end anyway. Animali says, so the thing is, we have natural iron in our bodies. Before our tech, the only way iron got made was in dying stars. So we are at least second generation star parts. Nice. TV White Tie says, I randomly had a conversation with you on Clubhouse about a year ago and had no idea who you were. You linked me to some gateway tapes. I can't lie, every time I tap in with you, I learn something new. I don't think I have never been on Clubhouse in my life. I have never been on Clubhouse. But, hey, I'm glad there was a positive association linked with my name. That works. MC Maestro says a way to weaken that ring is to categorize and neutralize its components. Hey, Stuff Dog, what do you think about that bursting of the ring past knot? Because I remember quite a while ago, you brought up the concept and the question about, what happens once, reaching Kether and going beyond that. Vector Rise says, so just to let you know, this is all false. Deuteronomy 4:19 plus Zodiac fake. Disproving it, twins, triplets, none are the same Zodiac as a false teaching or whatever this is. I mean, I know for a fact you don't understand a word in this book. So I can't take anything that you're talking about seriously. Subdog says, this makes me think I was on the right track with my meditation. Yeah, interesting. Let's keep going. you will perceive that each plane of evolution begets an organized system of forces. These forces react to all influences that play upon them and register the reaction in the movements of the space that is under their influences. They are therefore sentient because they react and register the reaction. And because they register the reaction, they develop through experience so that even the three primal rings are sentient influences capable of development. Geez Louise, I have never had a video reach 10,000 views in one sitting. That is outstanding. I love what you're doing with this new algorithm, YouTube. Keep it up. Keep it up. 10,000 views. That is wild and crazy. But they are so vast, these rings, and so simple because the influences which act upon them are so few that their individuality, though it exceeds the span of all imagination, is exceedingly primitive. Yet, it is upon this vast and simple type that your individuality is built up. Therefore, it is that you, small as you are, have your affinities with these cosmic beings and are influenced by their phases from the absolute down to the atom of your own earth, which is the secret wisdom. For the uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces, but, check this out, the initiate by his knowledge escapes from their influence and uses them for his own ends. Should his ends be those of the cosmic evolution, he grows and develops through all its phases till he attains that static condition which is completeness, and following the laws of the great organisms of which he is now one, he gives rise himself to a system. Bam, that right there, Stuff Dog. That right there. Ah, man, but even so, like, so much to say here. Number one, what comes to mind is that remember with Butler, with what Butler was talking about, he said, I desire to know in order to serve. And it's about service, right? Service. Well, look, it's not just about being a good person and love and light. Not at all. Because we're talking about the evolution of consciousness. The evolution of consciousness. Not being nice to people and holding open the door for old ladies. The evolution of consciousness. What did she say? She said that for the uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces, but the initiate, by his knowledge, escapes from their influences and uses them for his own ends. Should his ends be those of the cosmic evolution, right? I desire to know in order to serve. He grows and develops through all its phases till he attains that static condition, which is completeness. And following the laws of the great organisms of which he is now one, he gives rise himself to a system. She also, right there, what I'm seeing is she's mentioning about graduating from that chesed point, becoming a ascended master, right? As long as you're uninitiated and basic, you're being bounced around to and fro by all the different forces. Wow, look at that. 10101. That's how many views. Oh, just changed. All right. So becoming an ascended master has everything to do with finding where your essence resonates and eliminating everything that is contrary to your essence. I suppose you put in your time assisting other beings until eventually you gather up enough influence to ascend. To ascend. This is great. I hope that y'all got a copy of this book and you got a highlighter and you're going back over some of this. Because it's heavy, but as I'm looking at it so far, it's not like hard to understand. Like you might have to read back over it. You know what I'm saying? Certain passages you might have to read back over a few times. But once again, go back to that first page here. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. That's what's happening here. Taking us all the way back to the beginning of things. The beginning of things. Because maybe, just maybe, what we've been taught about the beginning is utter nonsense. I mean, we've all come to that conclusion. What we've been given as an uninitiated person, that's some bullshit. So perhaps a different foundation can help us build a stronger structure. MC Maestro says, I get the image of a person reincarnating as a metaverse that teaches people this info to level up in the game. What if we can work with people to reincarnate as businesses and such? Oh, man. Definitely a great choice. Definitely worth it. Those of you who have an ear to hear, I know you heard. I want to thank the real ones for being here, right? I understand some people, you know, got to go to sleep, got to go to work, etc., etc. But I appreciate those of you who were looking forward to this and showed up and are learning, right? This is for you, right? It's for me too. So I appreciate you. To my mods, thank you for keeping the chat clean. Thank you for putting some wrinkles in the smooth brains, right? They don't learn by knowledge, but they learn by emotion. So thank you for swinging that hammer across them smooth heads. The likes are so close to how many people are present. That's awesome. And Amali says the group energy was fire, fire, fire. I agree. There was some really cool energy tonight. Really cool. And I hope that it stays, you know, with this book read. Beyond Fortune, man. It's the GOAT. The GOAT. I'm sure that after all of her experiences and learnings, she's solidified her consciousness beyond her body. Stuff Dog says, MC, that reminds me of the movie Lucy, how she died and came back as a supercomputer. I said what I said about the unfortunate, and then I read what you wrote, how she died and came back as a supercomputer. Man. Richard Tracy says, if the microcosm is expressed in the macrocosm, and the ring past knot represents the boundaries and limitations that individuals must overcome to access higher states of consciousness and spiritual realization, passing the ring past knot may be a symbolic journey of self-transformation and inner growth. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Stuffed Dog. You were the 100th like. All right, y'all. I'm happy about this. This is going in a good direction. We still got a little bit of ways to go, but we have certainly started. Shit, we almost finished section 1. We almost finished section 1. Cool, cool. All right. Read back over it. Make sure that you fully understand these first couple of chapters so that next time we meet, we'll be on the same page, literally. All right, this is always a good time. Aw, he fell asleep. It's all good. It's late at night. I'm sure he'll wake me up early. Yeah, he's out. All right, y'all. We're at 333 minutes and 33 seconds. Peace. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you being here. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. I'll see y'all next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace. It's time for the percolator. It is time for the percolator. Watch, if you check this video tomorrow, after a couple of hours when all the numbers calculate, there are 10,000 views on this video. 10,000. All right. Peace, peace. Proteus, seer of eons. Peace, peace. Have a good night, brother. Thanks, Anna Molly. You have a good night as well. Peace out, Stray Panther.